Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. Got another live stream coming at you from the V1 HQ here in North Texas. Shout out off the bat, Jeremy Harvey, for those fantastic countdown sounds, countdown music. That was a theme song from when we did the South America tour. Totally loved it. That intro, Jeremy, gets me going every single time, man. I figured we're down here in South Florida. We're in Fort Lauderdale. I figure, there's a lot of Latin America going on down here in Fort Lauderdale, so I figured it would be appropriate for tonight's stream. So shout out Jeremy Harvey for that. Absolutely awesome. Thank you, sir. Guys, tonight we got something a little bit different. I'm going to try my best to make this one as different as I can because, I say, oh, this stream we're going to do this, this stream we're going to do this. Tonight's stream, you may have seen the countdown message there, report time. We are going one for one, as real as it can get, according to my SOPs and my operator and how we do things. I'm going to show you guys how we run this airplane on a daily basis. This is a real world flight that I've done recently, so we're going to recreate that. I've got some paperwork I'm going to show you. Actually, my whiteboard, not paperwork. I've got some stuff on my own personal iPad that I'm going to show you guys, some things we look for. We're going Fort Lauderdale up to LaGuardia today. We're going to be landing at night, going to be an evening stream, so we get to see that. It's real time, real weather. And our off-block departure time is 4:15 local, 5:15 local, which is about 45 minutes from now, which is about what we get, about 45 minutes prior to departures when the crew shows up. So we're going to do what we can do to make this as real as it gets. And what kind of prompted this idea was GSX. You guys hear me talk about GSX before and how good it was with P3D and the FS labs. Because I wanted it to do stuff. I want GSX to manipulate my airplane weights and all that. And with Sim Update 12, the latest GSX update, I'm currently on the latest Fly-by-Wire version. It does exactly that. So it's pretty neat. I'm going to show you guys how to do that, but at the same time, I'm going to stay on task and try to do the best I can to get this airplane off the gate on time for a I guess it would be, I keep my times back, about 5:15 departure time. So, good to see everybody here. Fly Guy says, just noticed we're in the Neo. Yes, we are in the Neo tonight, the FlyByWire A320 Neo. I got the whale shark out there again. Good to see everybody here. Brian Johnson, Slam Cannon, Cosmic's in the house. What's up, man? Good to get the special bottle out tonight. That's awesome. Jeremy, good to see you. Dumb Aviator. Good to see you, man. Fly Guy. Next to you, Kyle Lewis, Al W. from DFW. Commander Ginar, good to see you. Jeff Jameson, Max Rank. Awesome, good to see you, man. AJ Funari, Stephen Hayner, Mike McLaughlin, Swarm, 3513, Mike P, Callie Simmer, Who Cares, Digital Merc, Gavin Cornell, Kieran Anderson, and Charlie Romeo. If I missed your name, I apologize, but welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom us back around here, reset my drone camera. We're going to go right smack dab into the flight deck because it is showtime, and we're going to do what we can do here. So, first things first, when we get to the airplane, we're going to check our documents. So something I can't really do on the sim, but of course we're going to be verifying the tail number with the airplane, any active maintenance items or anything like that. We're going to go over. We'll review that here in the can in a little bit, and I'll kind of talk through that a little bit later. But first and foremost, we need to do our originating receiving flow. So we're going to check that the gear handle is in the down position. We're going to make sure the thrust levers are idle. These are off. That's in the normal position. Off, no radar at the gate here. Yeah, everything else looks good. Then we're going to make sure that the flaps are in the position that indicated when we walked down the jet bridge. We also wanted to check to see if it was chalked. Spoiler is retracted. Looks like the parking brake's on. That's fine for now. Up to the overhead. Let's go ahead and get our battery on. Are you going to do a walk around with FS Realistic? No, I don't use FS Realistic anymore. I feel FS Realistic just causes too many issues. For me personally, ever since I stopped using it, my sim has just been, knock on wood, pretty stable. So I know there's a lot of FS Realistic fans out there, but for me personally, I've stopped using it. And unless you're doing GA stuff, I really don't think you're going to gain a whole lot from FS Realistic. If you're flying default airplanes, that's a whole different topic. But for the airplanes that I prefer to fly, like the Fly-by-Wire, the Phoenix, PMDG, basically any payware tube liner, you don't really need it. So I'm going to go ahead and brighten up the screens here. Yes, I know you can set this option in the flight pad. I just forgot to do it. I love these streams. You're going to go full bore on the real world procedures for, yes, absolutely, Fubar. That is the plan. So I got to try to sync up. We have our flight plan. We got a full boat going up to LaGuardia tonight. So we got quite a few people on board. We got payload we got to take care of and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna try not to get sidetracked with the chat here real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and continue with my warm-up flows here. So we're gonna go ahead and check the engine. We got our oil on there. We'll check our hydraulics. That looks good. We've all been serviced, and then we'll check the pressurization is in auto, and we have plenty of oxygen there. We'll go ahead and brighten up the McDo here. Streams back-to-back, pilot shortage. Good to see you, David Isaac. Yeah, man. It's just when I saw, I've been doing cabinets work all day in the house and sanding and painting cabinets, and I figured, well, I didn't get called into work today, so I might as well get and do a work flight for you guys as real as I can here. So we're gonna do our best. All right, that's all done. We'll continue. Remember, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna check the status, make sure status is normal. Recall that would pop up there. Make sure there was no other faults. So that's good. With that done, going to go outside, go outside, do the walk around. He's going to check a couple things, make sure we have the gear pins and covers, which typically are going to be hidden, not hidden, but they're secured right down here in this compartment. Check the rain repellent, all that good stuff, and head outside and do a pre-flight walk around. We're going to skip that right now, but we're going to go ahead and continue with the captain flows. That way we can start the boarding process pretty much on schedule as it would in real life. Hardly ever get to catch you live anymore. Glad to be your RC Flyer. Awesome, man. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, man. It's always a pleasure to have you online when you can catch one. I don't typically stream in these later windows, so welcome to all the new viewers who are tuning in maybe for a few, like a rare occasion that you get to catch me live, so welcome on board. Steve himself, love the realism. Good to see you, man. Welcome on board. All right, let's stay on task here with ground control on. I'll do the CVR test. We can hear it. That's good. I'll go ahead and get the 8 airs into a line. Remember, we don't need to do each one individually anymore. We'd wait for the on-bat to illuminate and extinguish. Strobe into auto. Nav into position 1. Well, I guess it's in position 1. Is it in position 1? I always... Okay, we'll just put it there. Seatbelts off, no smoking, auto. Arm the emergency, exit lights. Make sure landing elevation is in auto. Check on our 2 fault lights there in the packs. Everything looks good. Fire test on 1. Fire test on 2. Phantom already did the APU. Everything looks good on the right-hand side of the overhead. This should be popped out and on so we can record the flight attendant announcements. All right. Flight guy, it's always a pleasure, man. Welcome. There's only one position for the Azobo model. I got you, Chaos. Thank you.
You seem pretty peppy to me. I'm still tired from yesterday. Lol. How many coffees have you had today?
2, and I got one more sitting right next to me. I just took a picture of it. Callie Simmer, good to see you, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat or $5 bank angle check. Yes, man. It was yesterday was a pretty wild one, but I'm feeling good tonight. I even have dinner. I did everything real world. So I've got my dinner set up for cruise. I've got an extra coffee. I did my PDP, my pre-departure P. Got to do all that stuff. We got a little bit longer flight up the East Coast tonight. We got some stuff to talk about. We're going out over the water, extended over water, and then of course into LaGuardia, which is always fun. So I'm doing everything as real as I can here. I'm going to continue setting up the airplane though, so we don't get off track. Come down here, and I'm going to do. This is going to save a lot of time because I won't have to do it manually. I'm just going to hit the init request here. And then I'm going to kind of break from this, and I'm going to do some sim stuff real quick to show you how SimBrief is working, or excuse me, how the GSX is integrating really good with the fly-by-wire. So right now, I have downloaded from SimBrief. We need 19,000 pounds of fuel on board. So what we need to do now is we've got that set, but I'm going to call the fuel truck over from the GSX menu. You can see we only have 12,000 pounds, so we need a little bit of top off. So let's go ahead and get the fuel truck over to the aircraft first. Typically that does happen first, not all the time, but in a perfect world, fuel truck is on its way. So perhaps we can say that there's maybe the SOP for this airline tonight is that they cannot board while fueling. I don't know why you'd have that. Matter of fact, I've been in a scenario where the airline could not have passengers on the airplane while fueling because of a clerical error in the publications in the manuals. And then the FAA cracked down on that and absolutely punished the operator for X amount of time until they got it removed and fixed that clerical, I guess clerical is the wrong word, but a company manual error. And then he or they changed it so then they could fuel with passengers on board. But for a while, it was a real pain in the butt because you couldn't fuel with passengers on board. So if the fuel truck was tied up, you were tied up. But fuel truck is on its way. While that's doing that, I'm going to kind of finish setting up the rest of my side here. About this time, the first officer would be coming back to the cockpit. At that point, I would check my oxygen mask. I would double check that my PFD ND brightness is all good. Probably have the loudspeaker on as well, but make sure your weather radar knob is up as well. Fuel truck is in position out front. Cool. Normally they take a long time. All right, so we're going to wait for the fueler to get set up out there. While I'm setting up here, I'll get my VOR pointers over to the right-hand side. We'll get constraint mode on. I'll hit the magic barrel ref key. I'm going to brighten up some of the cockpit here as well. We'll go ahead and do this. We'll go ahead and brighten up. I'm going to get this all the way up. It's kind of in the shadow behind the terminal building here. While that's doing that, that's already uplinked. I'm going to go ahead and get ATIS real quick. We'll get that printed off. We're going to do, actually, we have ATIS online, so we can actually send it. Fort Lauderdale departure. Let's see if this will send properly because VATSIM is online. Fort Lauderdale Tower and ATIS. Right now, they're showing information echo. Let's see what goes on here. All right, there's our message. Is this guy, he's still setting up out there, so you can see him doing his thing. We'll wait until they're ready. We've got our message. Let's go back and print our ATIS. If you have a good FO, he'll print this off, or she will print this off before they go outside. That way it'll be sitting there ready to go. Good evening, McAllen. Good to see you. All right, there we go. We got our ATIS on board. Let's see. Information echo. All right, so it's ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and do real-time load up to our sim brief of 19,000. So it's going to go ahead and start refueling. So we got to wait for our fueling to finish, and then we will be able to GSX load everything else, which is pretty cool. So the only thing that is honestly different from P3D, FS Labs, GSX, and FlyByWire GSX is I don't recall you having to call the fuel truck separately. I think they would show up basically at any time. If someone may be able to correct me in chat, but I mean that's the only thing you have to do separately is call the fuel truck, be ready to go. He's going to pump in the gas, and then we'll start loading via GSX, and that will actually load passengers on the airplane and cargo, get our weight set. So it's pretty sweet. While this is happening, though, as much as I'd like to sit here and sim around and sim talk to you, let's go ahead and get our tower freak in there, 19.3. We're going to have to call for clearance because we do not have PDC. So we'll set 19.3 in the active right here. We'll flop that over. We are on VHF1. That is on and listening. Cool. Before I load the box, I'm going to get a clearance from tower right now. So let's give him a ring. 19.3 with information echo. Where are we going? We're going to LaGuardia. And pro tip, and this is just like I would in real life, I'm going to pull out my Navigraph, or not Navigraph, I'm actually going to go to my dispatch tab here, and then I'm going to get to the overview page of my flight plan, which is right here. Felix 2, I know it's kind of hard for y'all to see. Can I zoom it in? I guess that's as far as it goes, but I can see it here. Felix 2 E-Tech. That way, when he reads it back to me, I can kind of look at my flight plan and make sure I'm not missing anything. Or if he says something and maybe I don't hear exactly what he said, this is big time when you start going in different countries and maybe the accents are really thick. You might have a hard time understanding what that departure or arrival is that the controller is telling you. But if you know what it is on paper, you might be able to put two and two together. That can really help the communication. So let's give him a ring right now. Lauderdale Tower, good afternoon. Frontier Flight 357, information echo. I'd like to pick up clearance to LaGuardia.
Frontier Flight 357, Fort Lauderdale Tower. Thank you for echo. Clear to the LaGuardia International Airport. See the Felix to departure. E-Tech transition on the south. Maintain 4,000. Expected flight level 390, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is offline and squawk 0517.
Clear to LaGuardia Felix 2 E-Tech transition as filed 4,390 and 10. Departure is offline. Squawking 0517 Frontier Flight 357.
Frontier Flight 357, read back correct. Pushing scooters at your discretion. Call them to taxi. Expect runway 10 left for departure.
Copy. We'll call and ready taxi. Expecting 10 left. Frontier 357. All right, there we go. There's our Felix 2 E-Tech as filed. So basically, just as we planned, and he even gave us a runway, which is awesome. So we're just going to go 10 left. We're going to select the Felix 2 E-Tech transition. Insert that.
Fort Lauderdale Tower, thing for Echo, clear to the
Going
LaGuardia
into
International
LaGuardia.
Airport,
So here we have our
to
disco.
departure.
That's normal. We'll go ahead and clear the disco E-Tech Gruber.
4000, expect flight level 390.
Just like we do in real life.
Departure is offline. It's squawk.
When I'm done talking, I'm going to flip the switch. I don't have to listen to other people on the radio. Nothing personal. It's just what I do. Just minimize distractions. Arrivals, LaGuardia, I'm not sure. I think we planned for the ILS 22 on Thakoi 4. Let me double check my Flight Deck Pro. I actually have my real world flight planning software up, or flight software up, that I use in real life. I input everything from SimBrief so it matches. Yeah, I've planned for 22. We'll see what happens. We'll do the ILS 22 off of the Corey 4 and the Patuxent transition. PXT. Insert that. One more scan here for discos. Corey 4. And we should have one there into Yo-Man. Perfect. That's done. Nothing in the secondary to do. That's fine. RadNav, nothing to hard tune. Progress page, I will put in Fort Lauderdale in here right now. Perf page, we're going to leave that for later. Fuel, we're waiting for this information to finish. So basically our init-B page. So we're going to leave that up as is. Looks like he just finished fueling 19.0. Has he disconnected? Looks like he's getting ready to disconnect there. And then we're going to go ahead and start the actual boarding process. We got about 25 minutes or so. Sorry if I'm not in the chat right away, guys. I'm trying to do this as systematically as I can here. All right, so our fuel is on board. We've got 19.0. Again, we'll double check our fuel on board in the tanks. It is on board and equal, or on board and balance, I should say. 19.0, we'll put that in the block fuel. I'll go ahead and get the fuel tank pumps on at this time. That'll trigger the seatbelt sign. Now, before we do the GSX, you want to verify that your payload, you're going to download it from SimBrief. So I'm going to fill the information from SimBrief. This is what we're expecting, 169 passengers, about 7,300 pounds of cargo. That's our zero fuel and our CG. And with this all downloaded and ready to go, all you do now is you go GSX and you go ahead and request boarding. Refueling is completed. So I'm going to go ahead and request boarding. And that is going to actually start loading passengers. You'll be able to watch them just like you would if you've done it from the EFB separately. But they're going to start loading. It's going to start bringing bags on board. It's pretty neat. So we don't need the fuel page anymore. We've already verified that. We'll leave that zero fuel weight page up there. What else can we do? We'll get our FCU altitude, 10,000. Yes, we want to board both. So we're going to go ahead and scroll in 10,000 feet here in the FCU. That is done, 10,000. And our squawk code, which I entered into the chat and I forget what it was. Where did I enter that? I gave you guys my shorthand. There it is, 0517. So we'll get that 0517. All right, crew boarding is started. We're sitting here, our fueling is done. Now let's go ahead and do some more real world stuff that I kind of skip over in traditional streams. So our fueling is done. We're waiting on passengers. We've reviewed the maintenance log. One other thing that we should look at in real life are any ops bulletins or any new publications from Airbus that can come out between trips or whenever the last time is that you flew, and you want to review them. And ironically, I just received a new ops bulletin.
Curious, what makes the V1 coffee a bank angle? A couple glugs of whiskey? Because if you have a few cups, you'd certainly be more susceptible to lean to the 30-degree angle. I need to know, when are you going to make that 2 thugs and a tug t-shirt?
C2A, thank you for the bank angle check, man. $3 bank angle check right back at you. Man, I don't know when I don't think I can make that shirt. I might get shot, especially in today's day and age. But appreciate the support, man. A couple of glugs of whiskey definitely makes it a bank angle check for sure, but we're going to keep that on the down low, man. And hey, I apologize. I missed your bank angle check yesterday's stream about the mattress with the hole in it. That was hilarious, dude. That was absolutely hilarious. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you. So getting back to our ops bulletin. So this is something I would review silently, then I would review it with my first officer. So you guys remember, or maybe you remember, but a while ago, there was something that Airbus came out for basically reinforced speed checks on the takeoff roll because of unreliable airspeed. So Airbus they've made a fix for that for the Neos in particular, and effective March 28th, removal of the reinforced speed check on takeoff roll will become active. So it's not active for today's flight, but on the 28th it will become active, where we no longer, at least our fleet will be completely retrofit with the potential for unreliable airspeed with the Neo aircraft. I'm not going to get into too much detail of that, but a few streams back after COVID, there were some incidences of unreliable airspeed, and there were some issues, particularly with Neo aircraft. But since then, that problem has been remedied. So we're going to change. There's going to be a slight change of procedure. So I've reviewed that. Another all ops bulletin that I'd go over is no engagement of guidance mode. This one's an older one, but it's been updated. Basically, you can have erroneous RAs, which would not trigger, you would not be able to engage a guidance mode on departure, but hopefully we don't have to deal with any of that today. But I reviewed it, first officer's familiar with it, that's gone. So we've reviewed our ops bulletins and engineering bulletins and anything MEL-wise on the aircraft, everything else looks good. So we are all done there. Now, one thing I do have to do is we need to get an amendment, because we were initially filed for an alternate of Dulles. I've changed that to Philadelphia. So, and you can see here, it's loading just like it is in real life. So, or in real life, in the sim. But what we'd have to do is I'd have to send a message to dispatch saying, hey, there's a change in our alternate. We're showing Philadelphia now instead of Newark, or I'm sorry, instead of Dulles. And then I would come down here on my init page and I would actually change that to Philadelphia as our alternate. So our Philadelphia alternate is done. We've got our amendment. Everything else has been done here in the box. We're basically sitting on the init B page now for our departure. Passengers are loading. We've reviewed everything. We can go ahead and do a departure briefing because we've already got our clearance. So I will pull up the charts, and our SID is the Felix to our nav departure. We'll pin that as well. And of course, we would double check, make sure that our ground control is on. And at this point, we are just about 15 minutes or so from departure. Let's go ahead and get the APU fired up. We'll take a listen to that, and then we'll do a cockpit crew briefing. Mic is too low? I think your volume's too low, Vodka. You guys have issues with volume? How's the volume for everybody? No, I didn't upload the wins. Yeah, I sound 5x5. Team Vodka, you're drinking too much, my friend. All right, so our APU is online. We'll start the chrono, at least 3 minutes there until we can turn on the bleed. You can see our veil light is on. All right, let's do a departure brief. Make sure our ground control is on, especially when you switch off of external power. So ground control is still on. Sometimes in the Neos, they'll actually reset that ground control push button. All right, it's going to be a left seat departure. We're an A320 Neo for tail strike avoidance. There's no MELs, CDLs, OEBs that are going to affect the performance of our departure tonight. We're planning on departing off of 10 left here in Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be a pretty simple taxi out, probably some rendition of Tango, Sierra, Charlie, Bravo, something like that. Probably get Charlie or Bravo all the way down to the end for 10 left. One hotspot to cross there at Quebec shouldn't be a factor for us. We do need a 5-minute warm-up time, so we're going to do a 2-engine taxi on this one, get both engines started. As far as the departure is concerned, we're going to be on the Felix 2 RNAV. We're going up to 10,000 feet per our clearance, even though there's a 4,000 there. We got 10,000 per our clearance. It's going to be a slight left turn. Felix at or above 4. Accelerate 250 knots. Unable advise ATC, which is not going to be a factor for us. We should be able to do it. As far as emergencies are concerned, if it happens before V1, it'll be my decision to reject. I'll bring the aircraft to complete stop, put the parking brake on. I'll call flight attendant stations. I'll analyze the situation, call for any ECAM actions or emergency evacuation checks as required. You'll do your thing according to standard operating procedures. If it happens after V1, we're going to take it straight out over the water, speed up, clean up at acceleration out to 1510. I'm not sure why our thrust reduction and acceleration of 3070 here. We're going to change this. We're going to do 1,000. Actually, we're going to do 1,500 on both of these. I'm not sure what happened here, why that's showing that. But if we do have to speed up, clean up 1,500 feet, go straight out over the water, come back around, land on 10 left, so long dry runway. We also have Miami to our south. You have any questions? Nope, don't have any questions. All right, let's do a cockpit preparation checklist, please. Maintenance log and tail number, it's on board to check. Gear pins and covers removed. Seatbelts on. ADIRS, naving. Fuel required for takeoff is, this is where I wish I could have my highlighted PDF. Let's see, fuel 19 on board, required for takeoff is 18.5. Altimeters 3019 set. 3019 is set. EFB checked. Cockpit preparation checklist is complete. All right, so if I go into tiller cam, there we go. When we get our takeoff, I guess I'll show you guys this after that. But I've got some on my dry erase board. We don't need to do that right now. We can stay in this. Whoop. Shh, stop that. All right, so all our checks are completed. We're basically just waiting for everyone to finish boarding. Looks like they are done with bags. They're getting ready to close those doors. We got 90 of 169 on board. Oh, listen to that. That's them closing the door. That's pretty cool. So in real life, if you're waiting to see if the ground is done, sometimes I'll keep that hydraulic page up. See the yellow electric? That's operating from the outside or external switch when they close the cargo door. So maybe you're waiting for them to shut a cargo door. It's the only thing you're waiting on is ground crew. This kind of gives you a secret because you can't hear it from up front. You can't hear it from up front. But they're closing up the doors outside. We've done our checks. Everything else has been completed up here. We've already done our taxi brief. So yeah, we are literally just sit back and chill now until we're done boarding. V1, quick question about thrust reduction acceleration. The default in MS sub when you enter manual, those in AGL. No, they should always be in MSL. Right? They should be in MSL. I don't see why they would be in AGL. Because I'm trying to remember the last time I had to change it manually. That was for the noise abatement. We had to do that in California, so it's an MSL. Should be an MSL. Captain, it's getting really hot back here. Okay, sorry. So we've got our 453. We'll get the APU bleed online now. We'll start cooling the cabin down. Wait after a 3-minute wait. That's done. All right. That should start cooling nicely. Go ahead and reset that. We are supposed to be off in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 114 of 169. Oh, now you can really hear those. You can hear the packs going. That's awesome. It does get back there, Jack. It does get hot back there, Jack. No doubt. 29C there in the aft. So that's my bad. I started that timer so I could start or get the packs going when I hit 3 minutes, especially down here in Lauderdale, Miami, South Florida. It gets super hot. So that's on me. But trust me, that's a good thing about having flight attendants, because if you forget to turn the air on, I guarantee you they're going to be asking you to turn the air on before even passengers get uncomfortable. All right, a couple other things we can review. We'll talk about some more of our stuff en route. We're doing some over water stuff. I wish I could zoom this in. Let me go here. I did this earlier. Flight pad options. I'm going to go light. Kind of trips me out, but I feel like I can read this a little bit easier. I wish I could zoom in on it more. We've got our flight plan. We know we got an amendment there for Dulles. We're going out over the water, so we're going to have to keep an eye on some alternate contingencies. We're not going too far. We're not doing waters or waters plus airspace tonight, but we will be entering Class 2 airspace off the coast here of Florida. That's going to be between Wolfo and E-Tech. We'll be in Class 2 airspace. Small little procedure we got to check. Entering Class 2 right here. And then there should be an exit. Or maybe that was exiting Class 2. There's our landing. That's an alternate. So everything else looks good. A couple other things I like to look at on some of these longer flights. Looking at our route of flight and the weather systems, especially the winds. So you get a general overview. Oh, I don't like how it has that one inverse. Hold on, let me change the flight pad back to, what's dark mode? Ooh, nah, I like this color better. So some of these longer flights, you can see here, we're going to be out over the water. I do like to, this is a great pictorial of getting the like general picture of what's happening. You can see we got some isolated thunderstorms or cumulonimbus clouds, a couple of fronts. We got a nice jet stream moving through here. You can look at the winds here, and then on my actual, I'm going to show you guys this. So on my route, I'm going to pull it up so you guys can see my actual iPad. A couple of things that I'd be checking. Let me throw this on here. So let it blend in on you. So I've got my route there, and you can kind of see what our flight plan shows on the fly pad up here would coincide with this orange. This is all turbulence here. This is turbulence there. I can change that. I can look at the radar. You can see I can get a radar depiction there. Just some green. That looks like some low-level rain that's going to be along our flight once we get feet dry over Wilmington after coming in from over the water. As far as any SIGMETs or anything, I can load that. But here's a big one: winds and temps aloft. I mess with this one a lot. We can hide the airports on there. You can see here I can change the altitude, and it will change the corresponding winds aloft as well. So this is really handy. You know, this flight's about 900 miles or so. It's not super long, but when you start doing 1,500 plus mile flights or going transcon, especially going into the winds in the wintertime, picking an altitude is very crucial in making sure you're staying on top of your fuel burns. And dispatch, that's what dispatch job is, amongst other things, but you always want to verify it with most updated information, because sometimes the winds aloft forecast that dispatch is using may expire before you actually get there. It may expire shortly after you push off the gate. So trying to have it updated and getting a good general overview is something that is always a good idea to keep an eye on. So speaking of winds, I haven't loaded them yet. That's the FO's job, man. I didn't even know you loaded winds in this thing. I didn't know it was capable of that. Okay, we'll do a wind request. Thanks, Chaos. Cruise winds, we get that. And then descent wind. Now, I don't have to do anything else, do I? I think they're all in there, right? Cool. All right, looks like boarding has been completed. We'll go back here and we'll take a look at our ground service tab. We can see we are all boarded up. 34.8, everything looks good. 169 passengers of 174, everything looks good. At this point, a flight attendant will be coming up. Gate agent coming up saying, hey, Captain, ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready to go. All right, let's go ahead and close the door, get out of here. Hand the paperwork, send off the paperwork that we've signed. If we sign paperwork, we'll prepare for pushback and departure, and we should be right about 10 minutes prior. So let's go ahead and do it. Departure clearance, look at that, 1104 local, or what is that, 2104? Perfect, 10 minutes prior, absolute perfect. Copy that. We'll go ahead and get the beacon on.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
There we go. All right. I'll put my iPad back on the stand here. Okay, we'll check this out.
Departure checks completed. Bypass and inserted.
All right, let's do a before start checklist. Before start checklist, windows, doors, and slide, they are closed and armed. Beacon, it's on. Thrust levers idle. Parking brake, it is on. Transponder.
Again, we'd like to welcome you on board. Your safety is our top priority.
Transponder, before start checklist is complete. Doors and windows closed and locked. Make sure you actually verify that. They are closed and locked. All right. And then at this one, you know, we call ramp. If there was a ramp, get ready to push. We're just waiting on ground crew right now.
Locking gear.
All right, look at that. We're sitting there. This is about as real as it gets, y'all. We're gonna go nose right, tail left, I think.
Release parking brakes, please.
Cockpit to ground. Brakes released, clear to push.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Flight is to be detached from the aircraft and used as a ramp. All exits are clearly marked with a sign overhead. If necessary, floor level lighting will illuminate the aisles helping find the exit. Please take a moment now to locate your closest exit and remember it may be behind you. If there is a change in cabin pressure, 4 oxygen masks will drop from overhead. Firmly pull the mask towards you.
Interesting pushback scenario going on here.
Place the mask over your nose and mouth, pull your left
Immersion killer.
and tighten the straps on both sides. Even though the bags are not split, oxygen
Flight sim guy, good to see you, man.
Be sure to put your mask on first before
So
helping others. And we'll let you know when it's no longer needed.
apologize for being
We'll be
super
passing through the
not
cabin, make sure we are ready for
interactive
departure.
there, but getting off the gate. But that is why we've got this down to a science in real life. 45-minute showtime, we're pushing at 10 prior. Exactly, literally to the second, we're ready to push at 10 prior. And I didn't do anything different that I do in real life that I do here with you guys. So it was 45 minutes is exactly enough time. Sometimes that'll change, you know, depending if there's maintenance or obviously, you know, passenger boarding issues or whatnot. But it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see that just boom, right here into the sim. It's about as real as it gets.
Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoyed the experience.
McDo saying for ETA, I haven't got that far yet. I gotta finish the Init B Team Vodka. We should be landing about 55-ish, according to our flight plan. This is assuming Frontier passengers don't fight on the jetway, exactly.
Please set parking brakes.
Brakes are set. Clear to disconnect.
Good engines start. You can disconnect.
All right, APU bleed is on. Let's go ahead and turn one. Oh, wow, we're basically in the terminal. Rip. That's all right. Enjoy the best startup sounds there are in Flight Sim.
Unlocking gear.
Tuck driver bath salts. Pushback right in the terminal. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. It's all right. Now we're doing a 2-engine taxi. We're waiting for that to flip
Tow
over.
truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
I like the new voices that they got down there. It sounds better.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
There goes our tug and tow. There's our bus transfer. Waiting for that avail light. I know you can't see it. There's our avail. Are these all the way up? Yeah, these are all the way up. And let's go ahead and turn 2. Oh, I guess I could have done my init. I could have done my init B before we push back on. Man, I wish he didn't push us into the terminal. I forgot, it's the speeds that we do after flaps. It's not the init. There's a simism. Nope, chiller is still here, Jack. You just can't see it because I've packed up the office. Super deal. Very happy since I started working on days. My first day is a fueler in SJU. That's awesome, man. I was going to do, congrats, Super deal. I was going to fly out of SJU tonight, but we're going to do that stream a little bit later. All right, so while let's fix this. I forgot to do this. There's our 0 fuel weights in there. We'll get that in there. And we're going to do a flaps 1. Alright, that is good. Flaps 1. Let's get our speeds uplink. 35, 36, 140 is set. Up to the overhead. That's coming off. That's coming off. Do an after start checklist. Anti-ice is off. Yellow electric pump is off. Rudder trim is 0. After start checklist is complete. We'll pull up there and hold short next to spiritual wings. Brake check, pressure 0. We'll just get off the terminal here and then we'll just wait. There we go, that's fine, that's good. Let's go ahead and sit here. We'll set the brake, we'll wait for him to call. While we're waiting, minimize our workload on the taxi out. Let's do a flight control check. Flight controls, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right. Neutral, rudder, my pedal disconnect does work, full left, full right, neutral, pedal disconnect does work in the fly-by-wire. I verified it, you just have to have it set to water rudder. Auto brakes max, takeoff config, check, that's coming on, an auto, we'll put this into TARA.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
All right, we are basically ready to go. Oh, I never called, I never put this guy back on. 19. Cool. All right, and Vodka, you were waiting for that. It's it doesn't give me a time yet.
And Delta 15,
right around
41,
7.
morning com, 122 have a 1 full rest of your flight.
Over to advisory for Delta 5041, thanks for the service, have a good one.
All right, taxi 10-9.
And Spirit Wing 714, caution a company A319 after nose stopped on Tango.
Roger, Spirit Wing Alpha.
Lauderdale Tower, Frontier Flight 357, just off Charlie 3, ready taxi.
Frontier Flight 357, current altimeter 3019, runway 10 left, taxi via Charlie.
10 left, taxi via Charlie, Frontier Flight 357. All right, taxi light is on, let's go. Funny, the voice of Fly-by-wire sounds just like me. I've got that a couple times. Alfie Douglas, howdy chief. Got a few beers cooling, let's send it.
Current
Alfie, thank you for the continued support, man.
Runway 10 left, taxi via Charlie.
Oh wow, actually a little bit of a lineup out here today. Alright, taxiing via Charlie, that's the outer.
Runway 10 left, taxi via Charlie, and you can follow the JetBlue A320 in front of you.
R10 left here, Charlie, apologies.
Spirit Wing 610, ready for taxi. Spirit Wing 610, runway 10 left, taxi via Charlie, current altimeter 3019er. That should be a Charlie to runway 10 left. Through the wings.
What kind of
And
CF we got going on here today?
295, just hold short of Tango and give way to those 4 aircraft in front of you. The last one should be a Frontier flight, A320.
Who's holding us up? Delta? Where's
We'll
Cat
hold
5?
short of Tango and give way to the aircraft. Then we'll follow one after Frontier flight, GSX+.
Flight Sim guy, I really do love this airport as well. No, of course, as soon as I want to get my water bottle out. So I'd say, hey, your controls. I do love the Latin VFR Lauderdale. I like it much better than the Miami. I mean, the Miami's good. I have it as well. But the Latin VFR Fort Lauderdale is probably one of my faves. Oh, yeah. There's FDNY. We're rolling now. Let's go ahead and get our taxi light on. Man, this is so this is so real that I'm actually getting hungry.
Frontier flight is passing you now.
I always get hungry on a taxi out before a longer flight. 'Cause I'm like, now I gotta wait. It's even triggering my hunger. All right, we'll do a mini brief. Mini brief. It's going to be off of runway 10 left on the Fleeks 2 departure. Gross weight is 151,000 pounds. Fuel on board is 18.9. Speeds V1 135, V2 140. Initial altitude 10,000. Standard transition. First fix is RNAV to Marley. Any questions? No questions. All right. Let's do a taxi checklist, sir. Ah, see, I'm trying to look at get my checklist out while I'm taxiing. This is why there's 2 people in the cockpit. Taxi checklist gross weight comparison is complete. Pitch trim 30% CG set, V1, VR, V2 flex. 135, 136, 140 Toga set. Flaps config 1+F. Flight controls checked. ECAM memo. Takeoff all green. ECAM status check. PWS is on auto. TCAS code set TARA. Cabin crew advised. Mini brief is complete. Taxi checklist is complete.
Tower expense request standby number 1.
Chris Duper, we got the whale shark
Delta
today.
764, wind 080 at 13, RNAV elbow.
We got the
runway
whale
10
shark.
left,
This is
clear to take
Baja.
off.
RNAV elbow, clear to take off 10 left, that's
What's gross weight comparison? What are you comparing with? You were comparing, and that's a great
And
question,
Delta
Jeremy, because I have
1474, clearance
a
available,
matrix that I
advisory
use. But
Great
essentially,
copy.
you are comparing your
Delta
planned
1474,
takeoff
clear to the
against
LaGuardia
your
International
est-
Airport,
your
to
max
departure,
takeoff
E-Tech transition
against
and
your
above.
actual
Maintain
takeoff.
4,000
So the way I do it,
flight
and
level
Jeremy, please ask me this
3110
question
minutes after
when we get to
departure.
cruise, and I'm going to show you on the
Departure is
whiteboard
offline,
what I
squawk
write down. I actually draw
3754.
I draw a cross, and then I have all the different weights, and then I put a check mark next to it.
Active one more
But
time,
at the
altitude,
very
initial
end,
altitude.
you want to verify that your
Delta
gross weight
1474, initial altitude is 4,000.
is checked with your perf data max
Delta
takeoff weight, because
1474,
there's
clear to
different
LaGuardia,
maxes. You
flight
can be
field,
runway
departure,
limited,
I think
you can be weight limited, you can be departure limited. So there's a bunch of different limits that can limit your max takeoff weight. It's not always going to be whatever the gross max takeoff is of the airframe. There's a bunch of different factors, especially when you start throwing flex in there. So you got to make sure that you are under the weight that you are set for on your perf data. And there was a glitch in that system for Alaska. That's why they had 2 739s. Excuse me, they both had tail strikes on the way to Hawaii.
610, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
Line up on the way to Spirit Wing 610.
And last calling before that Spirit Wings, I stepped on you.
I'm taxiing like Team Vodka, I know.
Mission Foxtrot for the Jacksonville, please.
JetBlue 18, I'll be sending you a full route clearance PDC. Expect a 1 minute delay for that.
Roger, no problem.
Are we flexing? No, we're still not going to flex. We're still going to do a Toga. Double check those wheel temps. We're still looking good. It is 26 outside, so. Hold on, I need my pillow. My
And Delta 764, Marty Intercom, 122.8.
pillow for my back is my lumbar support.
Over to your column, Delta
It's out of
764,
reach.
have a nice one. Great ETC.
Is this Frontier or Southwest?
Spirit Wing 610, wind
It's
080
South
at
tier.
13, RNAV elbow, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff.
South Tier 357.
RNAV elbow, runway 10 left, through wing 610, go for takeoff.
Is that 319? Sweet. Let's do it. We got 400 viewers. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Let's go ahead and smash down that like button for max realism. Goal for tonight,
Yes, you're
320 likes
Welcome to Charlie for me, though.
for 320 Neo. It's going to be our goal. Front
Spirit
west.
Wing 714, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
Spirit Wing 714, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
Looks like I got my app in for Delta, sitting 3 airplanes back here on the whole short line. Let's go ahead and scoot up.
Perfect, Caledonian 195 Whiskey, runway 10 right, taxi via Juliet.
Battalion
current
86,
altimeter
thank you for the super chat,
3019.
man. Streaming out of New V1 HQ in Georgia?
Activate
No,
Juliet,
not yet, Battalion. Thank you for the
3019.
€5 donation, man. Appreciate you. We're still in the North Texas HQ. That's why I'm missing like my tiller setup
Spirit
and a
Wing
couple
610,
other things.
Martinacom 122.8, have a wonderful rest of your flight.
122.8.
I've got most of everything packed up.
Have a red one.
Spirit Wing
Except my Airbus
714,
gear.
wind 080 at 13, RNAV Marley, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff.
Spirit Wing 714, RNAV
Slam, they had
Marley,
318s for a long time, man.
And JetBlue 18, I sent you that PTC pushing.
Frontier
for
used to have
dispersion,
318s.
Call me for taxi, expect to runway 10 left for departure.
Sneaky stream schedule. What's up, Robert S? How often do you need to say punch it every time you select Toga?
Frontier
No,
flight
the
559,
problem is when I stream so much, I gotta remember to put the thrust levers in the flex detent when I'm actually at work instead of the Toga detent. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta stop short. All right.
Spirit Wing 714,
19.
Martinacom 122.8.
We needed
have a wonderful
18.5.
rest of your
We're at
Spirit
18.8.
Wing 714, come bye-bye.
That is tight on the gas here at Frontier.
Frontier flight 559, wind 080
are
at 13,
tight on the
RNAV
gas.
Marley, runway
18.5.
10 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, let's do a lineup checklist.
10
Lineup
left, clear for
checklist.
takeoff.
Fuel
Frontier
18.5
flight
required, 18.8 on board. Runway 10 left confirmed. Engine mode selectors, normal bleeds and packs are set before our lineup checklist is complete.
Frontier flight 357, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
10 left, line up and wait. Frontier flight 357. All right, line up and wait. Let's do it.
And Colombian 195 Whiskey, wind 080 at 13, RNAV Calypso, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff. 0 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Calypso, Caledonia 95.
All right, we got 10,000 set. 10,000
Legion
is
2319,
blue.
Fort Lauderdale Tower, clearance request standby, number 1.
Finals clear. Starting the chrono.
Frontier flight 559, Martinacom 122.8, have a wonderful rest of your flight.
122.8, Frontier Flight 559er. See ya.
Two. Runway heading 095 checks. I don't know what it is.
Legion
I just guessed.
2319, clearance
096.
available, buzzer, any copy.
That checks.
Legion 2319, clear to the Kilo Golf Sierra Papa Airport for the Frisbee 1 departure. Stymie
222
transition
likes,
and
real quick. Can we get to
maintain
250?
4,000,
250. I'll do
expect
Toga
flight level 350,
from the wing
10
view.
minutes after
250.
Departure is offline.
If we hit
Squawk
250 likes before we get
5743.
cleared to go, I will do Toga from the window. If not, we'll do realism mode, which is super lame from the cockpit. Smash down that like button. Let's do it. Try to get 250 likes.
Legion 2319, read back correct. Pushing service
237.
Call me for taxi. Expect
256. You guys are awesome. Matt was waiting for realism mode. Oh no, we're gonna do it. We're
And
gonna do it
Cadonian
from
195 Whiskey,
we'll do it
Marty
from
Com,
right
122
here.
Have a wonderful rest of your
Max
flight.
Juice. There's Mike P and his
2.8, thanks for service.
FDNY. Super lame from the cockpit. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. You're awesome. Some preemptive yogas. Man, we are holding there 18.7 on the gas. We need to go, man. We need to go or we're gonna have an issue here. Oh yeah, reduce from wing view, Chaos. Yes, thank you. Cruff, that's you and JetBlue. Nice.
Frontier Flight 357, wind 080 at 13, RNAV Marley, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Marley 10 left, clear for takeoff, Frontier Flight 357. Alright, let's do it. Send it, boys and gals. Turn that chat blue. Yoga's in chat. Here we go. Spool them up 50. Fly-by-wire Boris Toga sounds. Here we go.
And JetBlue 295, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
Listen, it's still climbing. Still climbing. Gosh, I love it. Man, Toga, SRS, runway auto thrust is blue. Thrust set. 100 knots. Checked.
Start of 1474, short of Tango, taxi.
Boris Yogas are the best. V1.
1474, runway 10
We'll
left,
rotate.
taxi at Charlie, current altimeter 3019er. 3019er and 10.
Positive rate. Gear up. Fly with. Oh yeah, that's realism to the max, y'all. Listen to that engine screaming.
Frontier Flight 357, morning com, 1K2.8, heavy 1 for Frontier Flight.
Over to Unicom. Have a good one, Frontier Flight 357. Thanks for the ATC. 22.8 is up. We're Mantoga. Let's go ahead and bring it back. Thrust reduction. Thrust climb. Well, we got to verify we're actually in it. Oh, that sounds so good. We were slightly out of it. Thrust climb, auto thrust. There goes Fort Lauderdale. That was Max Juice out of there. Typically, I'm not used to this for stream mode. You know, we're always pretty light doing those 250, 300 mile flights. We definitely are a little bit heavier, and I can feel that. It's good. It's realistic. Here's some of that realistic turbulence. Oh yeah, get some. We got a long flight, so we're gonna hand fly all the way up if we can. Aviator Trav, I'm right there with you, man. Sometimes I just sit back and like, damn, I love this sip. All right, there's S-speed. We'll go ahead and go flaps to 0 after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist is completed silently by the pilot monitoring, so I'll go through it with y'all, but he'd pull out, or she'd pull out the checklist. Say they'd go through it, landing gear up, flaps retracted, and APU off. We'll verify all that silently. It was pretty toasty and we're pretty full. I'm gonna go pack flow high here as we're climbing out as well. Get that cabin nice and cool. Still a little bit warm back there. We are pressurizing, everything looks good. And a trigger for that after takeoff checklist, Jeremy, I know you were asking for it the other days. We don't pull out the after takeoff checklist until the flaps and slats are indicating 0. That's kind of the trigger. Sometimes, because you'll probably call it like flap 0 after takeoff checklist. And, you know, I'll pull out the checklist, but I won't start actually going through the process until I see both flaps and slats are indicating 0. That's a trigger for that. A nice little bank angle out here to the left. I'm going to sit in this wing view a little bit more than normal on the aft side because I'm trying to gauge this realistic turbulence setting. $20C isn't warm? What's 20C? Oh, that is kind of chilly. It's like 65. Is that what, like 65 degrees? Oh, it's actually pretty perfect. Oh man, we were bank angle checking all the way. We just did an S-turn on our departure. Miami Center would be having a conniption right now if we did that. Like, Frontier Flight 357, where you gone? we'll get back on him here. Let's get back up. I'm trying to see, you know, pitch power performance, 250 knots. He parked that right on about the 10-degree line there on the attitude. There's our speed out star for 10,000. 1 to go. We'll go all the way up to 3.9. We'll go ahead and pull for open. 390 is set. We'll go ahead and push that right there. There's 10,000 feet. Let me check my prog page. Recommended max 382. So we're a little bit heavy for 39. So I'm going to go ahead and set 370 for now. We'll set 370. There's 10,000 feet. We'll go ahead and clean it up. We'll get the landing lights in. Get the turn-off lights in, nose lights in, wing lights off. Ding the forward flight attendant. Let them know we're at sterile. Listen to that engine rumbling. That is so nice. I don't know if you picked up on it. Jeremy, I'm sure you did on that departure roll. But like when we're doing these Togas in the fly-by-wire, like you hear the engine spool up to 50, obviously. Then you hear it when I put it to Toga. You'll hear the engine ramp up, but then you continue to hear it continue to climb and pitch because it's really trying to squeeze all that juice out of there. And you can really, like, you're going down the runway about 60 knots or so. You really, then the engine really starts to settle in. Love it, man. There's nothing like a Toga takeoff with a fly-by-wire. Nothing like a Toga takeoff with a fly-by-wire. There is a restriction out there, Felix, at or above 4,000, which we are going to definitely crush that. So, all right, we'll go autopilot 1. We'll go live camera on, get the alerts back on, just in time for Taft Belton coming out with 10 more gifted subs. Taft Belton, thank you, my man, so much for the 10 gifted subs. Guys, you pick one up, shout them out, exclamation point welcome for your new perks here on the channel. Mr. Belton, I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you, sir. Jeremy, exactly. It's, you know, in all the other add-ons, you just hit Toga and the sound stops. The fly-by-wire continues to change, and you can even hear it changing pitch as it's accelerating. It's just, it's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. All right, so I've got 370 set. And why did I do that? Let's go back to some real world stuff here. So our optimum for this flight, according to the fly-by-wire flight planning sim brief, I'm not sure how they got it, but in the real airplane, this is based on environmental factors and of course the aircraft condition, the weight of the airplane. The optimum flight level for the flight that you have in the box. This is saying 37. Our cruise, we filed at 39, but we're too heavy for 39. We could theoretically get there. You can fly above recommended max, but it is not recommended, i.e. why it is called recommended. This guarantees you a 1.3 G buffet margin. And I'll tell you, I can count on one hand how many times I've flown above the recommended max, and that's 0. I know guys that have done it in certain scenarios, and that was fine. But I also know of a crew that did it to try to top some weather, and they got in a very, very bad situation between stalling and overspeeding the aircraft in protection. So don't mess with it. If you're too heavy, you're too heavy. We'll set 37, and in this case, we'll just go ahead and recruise it here. We'll set our cruise 370 for now. And you know, that number is going to continue to change as we burn gas as well, but we'll just keep an eye on it. Here comes 18,000. We'll go ahead and set standard. STDs for you, me, and it's already done over there for Phantom 320. So out of 18,000 feet, we'll go ahead and take our headsets off, turn up the loudspeaker, put our seat back a little bit, and enjoy some climb out shots here. Go ahead, Sim. Welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Thank you for joining the channel. Exclamation point welcome for your new perks here on the channel. Welcome. Good to have you on board. And Nick, thank you for the $2 super chat, man. Welcome. Thank you for that. It says, have GSX Pro, do you have to update it for Sim Update 12? Nick, yes. After you update Sim Update 12, you need to update GSX. And GSX, if you fly the fly-by-wire, GSX and fly-by-wire are like peas and pods now. It's awesome. We just simulated a 45-minute showtime and getting off blocks 10 prior, and it was literally to the second, or to the minute rather. I think we were actually early by about 20 seconds. So that to me tells me, and should tell you guys and fans of flight simulation, you want to try to be as realistic as possible. It's pretty legit.
Any truth to the rumor that the voice of the FBW flight attendant was Mrs. V1?
Mike P, I can neither confirm nor deny, but I can neither confirm nor deny that. Mike P, thank you for the $10 bank angle check, my friend. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day, man. I think you said you were watching from work, so hope you don't get a crazy night. Stay safe out there, and shout out to all the firefighters and first responders. Going to be hella busy out there in California, man, with all this rain and weather you've all been getting. So thanks again for the support, Mike P. But I can neither confirm nor deny, but I do know she likes to close doors. That's a juicy engine view. I agree. All right, I'm going to put you on engine view here. And Jeremy, you did have a great question about gross weight comparison. So let me get my whiteboard out. I'll bring up that structure cam. Where'd my marker go? Oh, there it is. And I'll kind of show you guys what we got here real quick. I actually need to look at the weights. What was our takeoff weight? Do you remember? Or it was like 159 or 150. So let me show, I'm going to do this first and then I will show you on camera. Let's go to our plans. All right, whoa. All right, the one thing I do like this. I wish sometimes I say I wish, but I kind of miss that AVI tab when you can just pull up PFDs, because I have a highlighted PDF, but I guess I could have just done it in a separate window like Chaos says, but then that would require me to do extra work. But all right, let's see. Our planned takeoff weight was 151.8. And I'm going to make this bigger. Oh no, that was 151.8. Then we would have a max of 168.6. I gotta make this bigger because you guys are gonna be able to see this. Max takeoff is 168.6. And then what was our actual? I think it was like, I can't remember, I think it was like 151. I'll just say 151. And this is going to be kind of askew because I don't have all the documents that we would have in real life. I'm going to try to show you here. So, please use blue or black ink. I don't have blue or black, unfortunately. Whoop. Let me see if I can make this darker. Alright, so basically, packs on, what was our fuel? 18.5 was required, I'll put that in there. We were flap 1, we were Toga, and our CG was 0. So, let me show you all what's going on here. So, on my real world paperwork, I write a couple things down, and I'll have to get an actual one and show you all with a picture, but I remember it PFC, so packs, fuel, flap, flex, and CG. So when we get our takeoff data from our ACARs, when we send our ACARs, or if we have to do a radio closeout, however we get it, I'll write this down on my release paperwork. So we're packs on, our fuel on board for takeoff was 18.5, we're a flap 1, we're a Toga takeoff, and the CG, I'll actually put that in the percent or the decimal 0 that you can verify with the flight control page over here. Now the FO is going to set it via the trim wheel over here, but then when we do our flight control check, I'll take a peek at the setting here and see if it matches exactly with what I got here or is close enough. That way I can kind of double check it, because on the taxi out checklist, if you guys remember, we were running through what is our packs, what was our fuel, and so you don't have to hunt for it when you're taxiing down the runway or taxiing down the taxiway. If you have it already written down, place to read, makes it real easy to call it out. Now, What Jeremy was asking was for my, and let me clear this off. So you saw that, and I'm going to clear it completely, and then I'm going to make this, I'm going to redo the gross weight comparison, because this one is very important. This one can bite you, and it can get the FAA called on you, and you can get in big trouble. So I normally have a couple numbers. I have, and I think we were 151.0, so I do that. And then I got to go back here and look at this again because I just erased it. We were planned 151.8, and our max was 168.6. All right, so now that that's done, I will go back over here so you guys can watch. All right, so I draw this kind of like T-cross thing on my paperwork every single time. And I write several different numbers. I'll typically have 4 or 5 different sets of numbers on here. But on the left-hand column, I have my planned takeoff weight. I know it's kind of hard to see with that light in the background. And I'll get that from the paperwork. What's my planned takeoff weight according to dispatch, before loading, before adjustments, before anything else? So that was 151.8. The max gross takeoff weight for this departure, which we're typically never at, and this will be your limiting factor, whether it's your airframe limitation, the runway limitation, an obstacle limitation, whatever it may be, that's going to be there. So the max is 168.6. Then when I get my ACARS data, it will actually show me what our actual takeoff weight is, or what it's showing our planned takeoff weight with what I put in the box. And that's going to be typically a much lower number. So it would be like 150. Let's just say it's 152.0 to keep it small. So when I get my ACARS takeoff data back and it says, all right, your max takeoff weight for these V speeds, flex speed, or flex number, and flap setting is 152.0. You can see that that's significantly lower than whatever the initial limiting factor was. So, okay, now I know my ACARS perf data that I've put in the MCDU is 152 max. After I start engines, it populates on the lower ECAM what your actual gross weight is. After we've done all the messing around with other numbers, and we've got our plan, we've got our paperwork plan, our paperwork max, we have our ACARS max, and then when engine starts, we get our actual gross weight. Then I write that down, and this number must be lower than this number. And sometimes these can get very close, and in some cases, it can actually be greater than this number, which then means we have to make an adjustment. We either need to burn more fuel, or we have to send for a no flex takeoff. So if maybe you get a high flex of 69 or something, but you've loaded extra people, extra bags, maybe you put on extra fuel, you changed your alternate, you added more gas for your alternate. When that happens, you now may be heavier than what your ACARS perf data can give you. Now, what the easiest way to get a higher max takeoff weight is to just do a no flex, and then you send for your no flex numbers, and then that'll come back, pretty high. That'll either be at your max, your limit, or it'll be, several thousand pounds higher. Like this one, now to say 155 is our max. I'm below that 151. I put a check mark there. That way I know, hey, we're going to be below what's planned and what we are set up for. Because not only are you have a limit to the airplane, your max takeoff weight, but if something happens, like, hey, like I just said, we changed our alternate to Philadelphia on this flight, maybe we need more fuel, get a couple standby passengers on, that number can change. And if you're not ready for it, if you're only a couple 100 pounds over, sure, the airplane's going to take off fine. But what happens if you have a violation and then the NTSB gets involved and they say, hey, Captain, why'd you take off 500 pounds over your max takeoff weight that was allowed via your performance? Like, oh, shoot. So that's a violation because you took off overweight, you violated a limit for your departure. So even though the airplane can do it just fine, and 500, 1,000, 2,000 pounds even, the airplane's going to probably fly just fine. But your data that you sent for is saying, hey, you can't be above this number, and that's an easy way to get violated. So sometimes I'll do a 2-engine taxi, like maybe the numbers are dead equal. I'll do a 2-engine taxi to burn extra gas to get below that max number. Or if there's any doubt that I'm going to be below max, I'll just say, hey, send no Toga, or I'm sorry, no flex numbers, and then be good to go. And then, of course, I'd have my souls on board on that page as well, and then any amendments on there. Maze Shook. Back to the chat here as we get about another 1,000 feet or so to level off. Maze Shook. Streaming at night. I'm forced to focus at work. Hey, Maze Shook, good to see you, man. Thanks for the continued support, dude. I just bought the Phoenix the other day after driving Boeings for 15 years in the sim. I feel like a grandma. Got a new phone for Christmas that needs help learn how to use it geographically inverted. I hear you, man. Well, hopefully you stick around the channel and you'll pick up some tidbits and tips here and there, and it'll get you flying that Airbus in no time, man. Jeremy asks, wouldn't the ACARS weight take into account your limitations? It will, but remember, it's only as good as what you put in it. So when you send for your ACARS performance data, you're sending for, okay, this is exactly what we have on the airplane, and it may be, when you're all said and done, you may have done something else different. You may have added a couple bags, added a couple people. There may have been an amendment on taxi out. You know, that's a big one. Maybe you're taxiing to the runway, everything's fine and dandy, but then the weather drops at your destination, and the dispatcher gives you an ACARS and says, hey, we need to give you an alternate. You got to do this, this, and this. And then and sometimes what will happen is they'll take that fuel that you had on board to burn, say, okay, so now this is reserve fuel, and now we're changing our min takeoff fuel. It's going to go up. And all of those weights can start shifting if you're not careful, and you want to make sure you verify it with what's on board. But yeah, so I always draw that cross. I've got planned on the left, actual on the right, and then below the line is what the airplane thinks it's at, or what the airplane is at. A way you kind of triple check yourself. All right, here we go. Mach Alt Star, leveling at 370. We'll get a little thrust back here. I'm gonna see. I took the paperwork. So before I packed up the office, I actually had a picture, or I actually had I had the exact same thing I'm trying to show you. I had a picture of what I write down. It's kind of hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the flight deck, your captain speaking. We've just reached our cruising altitude for the flight. As it begins to settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your feet and elbows clear from the aisle, as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin with galley carts shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating to the front galley where the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
Cool. We're leveling off here. 370. It seems to be buttery smooth out over the Gulf. We'll go pack flow norm. I'm going to warm it up a little bit for me. We'll warm it up for Chaos. I guess he's cold back there, 68 C. So we'll go ahead, or 68 Fahrenheit. Go ahead and warm it up back there for him. Top of climb. Couple of triggers. We're going to go ahead and do a status check. Let's go ahead and hit our engines. Everything looks good. Bleed page, you can see our pack flow control valves are in the normal position. Pressurization, looking good. We're pressurized. And also, these do move in accordance to that pack flow selector. So whether you're low, normal, or high, these do move. I agree, Tom. Couldn't hear what you said. We're using Realistic. Electrical page, check here. One thing I've been doing recently too on my electrical page checking is I'm checking the IDG temps. I'm monitoring those. There's been some issues amongst our fleet with IDGs having issues. So double check the IDG temp. I see on the non-Neo, I have to check on Neo, see if it runs hotter. But on the classics, they're typically not this hot. They're around that 70 to 95 mark on the IDGs Celsius. So 135 here, that's pretty hot. I cannot though tell you what a Neo is. I don't remember the last Neo IDG I looked at. So maybe that is a Neo thing. I do know they like to run hotter though, so it is feasible that that's accurate. Hydraulic page. We'll check this. Here's a pop quiz question. Why is the green system now below the normal indicating bar there when we were on the ground? It was right up there in the middle of the green. Now it's down. What would cause that? EQ, you got your first VAL gate assignment last night? Awesome, man. Good. Matt L says because the gear is up. Yep, it's holding the gear up. Yeah, you guys are correct. So because the gear is up, the hydraulics are actually pressurizing the system to keep the gear in the well. So if you go back to our green system failure stream when we did the gravity gear extension, remember I said each turn, 3 turns, each turn does something for gravity gear extension. The first turn releases the up locks. The second turn releases the hydraulic pressure holding the gear up or something. I think that was the second step. And then the third step allows it to free fall. So that is why when the gear is up in a normal situation, that's totally normal there. I'll look at our fuel, make sure we are. Look at that, perfectly balanced, looking good. APU is off. Conditions, I warmed it up there for chaos, 22C. Door pages looking good. A wheel page, perfect. Flight controls, I kind of like to see where everything's sitting at, where the trim's at, where the rotor travel limit is sit at. Everything looks good. So with that done, you would also come in here and I'm going to put LaGuardia in there. We got 798 miles to go. And what we could do is update the winds. Can I do a wind update? Well, that mess, I don't need to do a, we could do a wind request, updated wind maybe. I don't know if that's a thing in the sim. But you would update the winds, 2358 local. I don't know why we don't have an EFOB on there though. Is that because I updated the winds? Should have an estimated fuel on board for landing. We'll check that in a few more minutes. But 370, everything looks good here. How excited will I be when the 380 comes out? Yes, I will be very excited, man. I think that's going to be sweet. Wow, look at the freaking traffic out there. We'll get the terrain on ND here. This is something I'll do when we're feet wet. So there's nothing to look. There's obviously no weather out there, right? So with no weather, I'm just going to go ahead and turn the system off. I want to save the radiation. I might want to have another kid down the line. Who knows? Maybe my FO wants to have children. So let's save the radiation while possible. So I'll shut off the radar and I'll turn on the terrain and I can see where we are, just so I get a reference for land, see where I need to go. And I have my airports up, but in the sim it just populates all of them. So you know, real world, it only populate ones that were in the database for your operator. But I kind of like to see where we're at. Once we hit snabs, we're going to be out there a good 150 miles offshore. So that's going to bring up some topics for discussion. But I'm going to have to hit the lav pretty soon. I've been drinking water and coffee like crazy today. So if I were to look at the hydraulic page after the manual gear extension twice, what should I see? You should see the green system. Well, I don't know, Jeremy. That's a good question, because if you're turning the gear extension manual, that's assuming that you've lost green pressure.
Balance? I was on a Southwest IRL and flight was less than half full. After the door closed, the flight attendants told everyone, quiet firmly, spread out for weight balance.
Interesting. Callie Simmer, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Or a $5 bank angle check. Appreciate you. So, yes. We'll get into weight and balance. Let me hit the lav here real quick, and then we're going to get into weight and balance. But Jeremy, if you getting back to your hydraulic question, theoretically you're correct. If you move the handle twice, the green system should be back in the normal position. But why else then are you doing the alternate gear extension? Because that's simulating you don't have green hydraulics to lower the gear in the first place. You kind of see where I'm going at there. But I guess for training purposes, I've never done it, but theoretically you are correct. If you were doing it for training purposes only, if you do manual gear extension twice, the green system should be back into the normal position there, or you should at least see a rise in the quantity indicator on your ECAM if you drop the manual gear. And you thought you couldn't fill the time view for chaos. I know, man, right? All right, we'll level it off 370. Let me give you guys, this view is just, this is nice view. We're going to see the sunset out here over the East Coast too. So let me jump to the lav and I will be right back. Do I have a lav message on here? I do. 2 minutes, be right back. here we go. Let's get back into it here. We'll get that there. All right, weight and balance. That's a great question, Mike P. Talk amongst yourself, Mr. Martinez says. So, and I was actually thinking about this while I was in the lab. This, weight and balance is very specific to the airframe and also to the operator, right? And everybody does things different. Now, what's interesting about your particular scenario is you being on Southwest and how Southwest boards passengers, because they don't have seat assignments, right? So on a broad scope, to like kind of blanket answer your question, they want people spread out so that they can have an even weight and balance and you're not either tail heavy or nose heavy. But what's interesting is I would like to know more about their software, their weight and balance software, on how they calculate weight and balance when they don't assign seats to passengers. I'm assuming, and I could be completely wrong on this, but I'm assuming that after everyone is boarded, especially maybe on these lighter flights, that the flight attendants are doing a manual zone report. Basically, each flight attendant has a zone. Typically, you'll see 3 different zones, and they'll count how many people are in each zone, and then that's the information that we send off. So, matter of fact, even for us, because we have seat assignments where I work, when you input the weight and balance to send it off to Aero Data, we're not putting in seat numbers and people. We're putting in how many people are in each zone. So I would assume, Callie Simmer, that when they went and did their checks of the zones, they had too many people in a certain zone, and that was going to cause issues for the weight and balance. They were either going to be nose heavy or tail heavy. There could have also been ballast on board, whether it was ballast fuel or maybe they had cargo in one of the cargo bays that they were running for maybe company materials, and they needed to spread out the passengers, spread out the load more so. So that, to me, would be that's my number one assumption there on your question. When the flight attendants are coming through, everybody needs to spread out for weight and balance, because if they don't, then when the crew runs the numbers, they find out, hey, we're out of balance, we need to move 20 people from zone 1 to zone 3. Then that takes time for getting off the gate. People are going to be late. You'll be late getting off the gate, and then it just creates issues down the line. So, because that is something that will even happen to like my operator, for instance. Sometimes, not all the time, it's not really common, but it does happen where you'll get your performance data back and you'll say, hey, we're too heavy, we need to move 3 people from zone 1 to zone 3. Then you tell the flight attendant, hey, we need to move 3 people from zone 1 to zone 3. The flight attendants know what rows are in each zone. I don't know that. I could look it up in the company material somewhere, but they are trained to know which rows are in each zone, and then they can move people accordingly, and then we would resend the numbers with the new zone information. That used to be a big problem. I say big problem, but a more frequent problem when I was flying Embraers. When I was doing regional stuff, I would see a lot of zone. Hey, we need to move one person from 2 to 3 or 3 to 1. It's always worse when you got to move someone from the front to the back. But every now and then you actually have to move someone from the back to the front. It just depends. But a light load like that, that's my assumption, Callie Simmer, and I'm actually very curious how they do their weight and balance, because they don't assign seats. For us, the weight and balance is kind of being calculated as people are being boarded, because as they scan their ticket or their phone or their e-pass, whatever it is, it says there's a body in this seat, and then that's updating the information, and then we get a printout in the cockpit saying, hey, you got 169 people on board, and this is where they are, and it matches, here's your head count, boom, send it off, good to go. So when there's no seat assignment, my assumption is that the flight attendants have to do some type of zone accounting, but that's a Big Earn question indeed, Orion Vic. We need to ask Big Earn that, because I honestly don't know how they would know who's in which zone. I remember being on an E-170 once, and they asked a few passengers to move from the back to the front. Never thought they'd figure that out, but the zone check idea is a smart way of going about. Yes, Ricardo, yeah, E-170, there you go. So I will say, when I was flying Embraers, it was much more common. Probably 30% of the time, you'd have to move somebody. And I don't know what it is about the Embraer, just a little bit more finicky on the weight and balance, and maybe you have less people, and just more finicky. On the Airbus, it's not as common for me, at least in recent years. I've had to do it, but not very common. The gaming text, we're going to do whatever is realistic when we get there. We're going to do whatever approach, whatever the winds are doing, we'll do the most realistic approach going into LaGuardia. I've seen people moved around for weight and balance on lightly loaded 321. Oh yeah, so this was especially apparent during COVID when I remember taking a 321 with 3 people on it. A 321 with 3 people on it. You get that weight and balance figured out. We was like, yeah, you guys need to sit up here. But, depending on the fuel load, you're fine. So that can be interesting. It was a 738 from Oakland to LA, and so I found that a bit startling. No, you don't need to be startled about that. What you need to be startled about is when you go to rotate and you hear the that's when you should be startled. So an aircraft that has engines in the tail, do they want everybody in the front with the light load to compensate for the weight of the engines? Yes and no, Jeremy. So just because you're right in theory, the engines in the tail are going to mean you're going to have an aft CG because you have more weight back there. But if that's the case, if that's the design, like in the MD-80, you're typically always loading bags in the front cargo, right, to balance it out. So yes and no, but that's something that's been accounted for. So for instance, not necessarily tail-mounted versus tail-mounted CG, but even in the Airbus itself, the 321s and 320s, we always load the front cargo bins first. In the 319s, we actually load the aft tail. We actually load the aft cargo first for weight and balance because it's a little bit different center of gravity and all that. But kind of the same deal for the MD-80 or any airplane that has tail-mounted engines. That's already factored into how they're going to do weight and balance for that airplane. But yes, you are correct in theory because there's extra weight on the back. You obviously need to offset that in the front. But you can also offset that not just by weight, but you can offset it by actual design of the wings, the center of lift. You can how the wings are shaped. You can actually make that, or you can actually help compensate for that just by design of the airplane itself. Aviation Mike, V1 was good to see, man. I want to get a realistic throttle box, but not the ones that are 2-3K. How would you say Throttletek compares to real life? Aviation Mike, I've been very happy with the Throttletek, man. And if you are budget, not budget, but like, well, obviously it's like, if you are, if you Throttletek's the big one, like this is the V3, the mini box is about half the price of this one, and you get basically the same stuff except the trim wheel, parking brake, and rudder trim, and then the flaps and spoilers are moved up. So it's not exactly one-to-one down here, but the throttles are still pretty much spot on. I mean, they feel exactly, they're one-to-one of what the airplane feels like. So I think that one, if I'm not mistaken, is around the $700 mark. Maybe you could check it out. Price sensitive, that's the word, Chaos. So the that mini box, I think, is your best bang for your buck, honestly, across the board. The mini box is your best bang for your buck. If you want to go all out, you want to ball out with the parking brake and rudder trim and all that stuff, then the V3, there's really nothing in comparison. The step up from that is you're looking at, like you said, cockpit building equipment, which is going to be in that $2,000 to $3,000 range. So when you send away for your numbers, does ACARS return updated trim? Yes, it does, Jeremy. It does. And that's why I always kind of I don't say mess around, but I always kind of get messed up in the sim. Because at my operator, when we send for ACARS, send for our numbers, beep, beep, in the init B page, which I can't access in flight, but on the init B page on the ground, you have our 0 fuel weight and 0 fuel weight CG. What we do, my SOP, is we put in the 0 fuel weight, the planned 0 fuel weight on the paperwork, and then we put a neutral CG 30.0. We put that on every single flight. When we send our numbers away for weight and balance and performance, it will come back, and when it comes back, it says ACARS uplink, and it will automatically change to your actual. So your planned 0 fuel weight and actual 0 fuel weight can differ as well. That's why I make that T-cross, right? I have my planned numbers on the left, and then I have my actual numbers on the right. My planned 0 fuel weight, my planned takeoff weight, my actual takeoff weight, and then I have the max takeoff weight, I have the actual takeoff weight that I have numbers for, and then I have the weight of the aircraft. So I have 3 sets of numbers on the right, 2 sets of numbers on the left. But this will automatically populate when we get our ACARS data back. And then when you uplink it, like in the toll list does it exactly how my operator does it, where you click the button here, it will uplink the takeoff data. You can either do flex or toga, and then boom, it puts all the information right there in the box. Put your V-speeds in, flap setting, toga, with flex, whatever it is. So, good question. Yes, it does. That's why the Phoenix does it a little bit differently. The fly-by-wire, I think Chaos, I'm doing it right, right? Where you have to, you set the flap first, and then you can click on the numbers and then they populate. If I'm doing it wrong, I'm sorry, I gotta figure out how to do it the other way. But that's how I do it in the fly-by-wire. The Phoenix, obviously, you calculate it in the EFB, then you put them in manually, and then the toll list is still, they do it, in my opinion, the best way because it's the way I'm used to. So I'm biased, obviously, but that's how we do it in real life. But that's not how everybody does it. So how the Phoenix does it, maybe how another operator does it. I remember having to put them in manually before having uplink. So we would actually get numbers and put them in manually, like, okay, V1 this speed, V2 this speed. In fact, just the other day on my repo flight, we had to do a manual uplink because for some reason the ACARS wasn't taken, that we were empty +1. We were taking a deadheading crew member to Newark. So when I put that passenger in the zone, it was like, hey, I can't give you numbers for this. It's not what you're planned for. But because it's a Part 91 operated flight, I've already got approval from dispatch and DSC that, okay, the ACARS is protecting me from making a mistake. It's not giving me my numbers because it says, hey, I planned for you not to have any passengers. Why are you telling me there's one person in zone A? Then I said, okay, let me just do it manually, and I'll manually upload my V-speeds from the paperwork. So it can vary greatly across the globe, across operators, but that's just kind of a rundown on how we do it. What aircraft did you do your flight training on, and where was it? I did training in Florida, and I did training in the bulk of my training in Phoenix, Arizona, right there next to Mr. Flight Deck to Sim, Goodyear. So I was at Deer Valley, though. I was at Deer Valley Airport, which is just a couple miles to the northeast of where he trained. And ironically, their flight school actually wanted to recruit me over to train students over at his flight school. They were hiring at the time. But man, I flew 152s, 172s, Piper Arrows, Piper Seminoles, Diamond, Twin Star, all that stuff came out after I was out of that game. But yeah, the bulk of it was 152s, 72s, Piper Arrows, Archers, Seminoles. I think that's it. I think that was my base training, was all those airplanes there. V1 should have a good opinion on the McDo font as he fly Honeywell, I think. What, down here? Is the font different? See, you guys have such good eyes for stuff. I look at this box and I think it looks totally fine. Nothing is glaring differently to me here. I think it looks good. You guys pick out such good little detail that I just don't see with my eyes. I don't really see any problem with the box here, honestly. The font on the SL Sharklet Neo is different than the wingtip fence, believe it or not. Flame, it probably is. Like I said, I believe you. I don't know. I don't look for that stuff. I don't look for fonts. I look for amber boxes. I got to make sure they're filled. When I'm looking at the McDo, I'm looking for amber boxes because that means it needs to be filled up. All right, we'll go ahead and turn that off. We don't need that anymore. But we're still feet wet over here. We're kind of out over no man's land. I wish I could pull up. Is there a way to get like your overview route? Is that a thing? 'Cause like I got reference, SID, taxi. I was just wondering if there was a way to get the overview, like kind of moving map-ish. Is that a thing? Cornelius Nimbus, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, my man. Appreciate you. Guys, if you pick up a gifted sub from Cornelius Nimbus, shout them out. Exclamation point, welcome for your new perks here. But I appreciate the support, man. Very kind of you, very generous of you. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Chaos says I don't think there's a map anymore. Okay, cool. I'll look at it on my actual iPad, and then I'll talk about it here. Does the glare shield look odd to you versus the Phoenix? Nate, it never did until Pede Monitor showed me what the issue was, and it was like this comes down instead of straight. I don't know. I mean, does it bother me? No. Do I see it now, though? Yes, but it took a picture that Pede Monitor posted that actually had the lines in comparison to the real airplane. Like, that's just, you know, me when I get in the sim, I want the airplane to function correctly. I want it to sound good. You know, if the glare shield doesn't have the right angle, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to find it. I'll tell you that. But once I see it, once you see it, then yeah, I can't unsee it. So I guess this needs to be straight, right? Something like that. Is it a game breaker for me? Nah. All right, so let me pull up my Flight Deck Pro app. We are 6 miles from Snabs, so we are pretty much, we are 150 miles. So, Robert S., I'm heading off. Watch the replay tomorrow. Have a nice rest of the stream. Robert S., thanks for stopping by, man. Have a good night. See ya. I'm going to pause the alert box here real quick. All right, let's go over here. So, I'll go bust out the actual, these are my real en route charts. I don't know, is it easier if I do night mode? Let me try night mode. It's probably easier in night mode. So, this is something that I would be tracking real life. We're out over the water. We're a few miles from Silo, or we just passed Snabs. So Snabs intersection is right here. Let me get rid of the ruler. Snabs intersection is right here. What I'll do is I'll pull up the ruler. There's a couple different ways to do this. And then I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to put it right over Snabs, and I can see right now I'm about 150 miles offshore. So I'm within my 150 nautical mile limit for EOW. Frontier is not ETOPS equipped, or they're not extended. I don't know if there's one that's more. That's EOW, and then there's overwater, then there's ETOPS. There's like 3 different certifications, but we're within limits here. But this is a kind of an interesting point. If we were to have engine fire, engine failure, some type of mechanical irregularity here, where would we go? Now that's something that you got to be constantly, as a captain and as any pilot up there in the flight deck, something you should be keeping an eye on. Like, hey, we're out over the water here. It's going to be a little bit before we get to an airfield. What's our contingency? And you always want to be thinking ahead of time. You want to be proactive, because if something happens, you're going to have a moment of shock, and kind of like that sticker shock, I guess you could call it, where you, like, it takes a minute to process. So you include that with actually running ECAMs and getting the situation, getting the airplane pointed to the nearest suitable field is a big deal. So there's a couple different ways to do that. In the airplane, we have a couple tools as well, like the closest airport page. I don't know if that's modeled here. Loading closest airports. So we've got some here. Now, none of these are airports that I want to go to, so I'll look on my map and I'll say, well, I want to go to Savannah, Georgia, because according here, I can see Savannah up over here. I'm going to put KSAV in here manually. Boom, and now I know it's bearing 009. It's definitely not 0 miles, but you get the point of where we're trying to go with that. So that's something that I would be keeping an eye on as we go across the water here. A couple contingencies. Now this app is actually pretty cool. Like for measuring distances, you can do a pinch, and then you can spread it out, and it will actually take your ground speed, and it will tell you how long it takes to get from X point to the other point that you drew on the map. So that's pretty cool. But I would keep that up. I'd be monitoring that. Pull out my turbulence. Let's get an updated turbulence map check here. So I'll show you guys here. This is our updated turbulence. Looks like we're going to be, just before we hit Wilmington, looks like we're going to be skirting some areas of known turbulence there. We could check the flight level on that. So I'll go ahead and hit the info key, and it brings up a guide. It shows you, okay, this is light turbulence. A little bit of light turbulence there just east of Wilmington, Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, I don't know, one of the Carolinas. But everything else looks good, and then you could do a radar check as well. You can see, looks like some low-level stuff. I can hit the info key here, and it'll tell me it's just some light rain down there. If I want to see the tops, I can actually go echo tops. Now, at different color shading is blue, and then I can hit the info key, and it tells me. So that light blue shading, really between 5 and 15,000 feet. It doesn't start to affect us unless we see any green. So if we start seeing green up here on the echo tops, that means it's up into the upper flight levels. And that actually is pretty much spot on with what I'm looking at out the window here. I see a lot of low-level stuff. You can see there's some obscurations here. These are all METARs and weather stations on the ground there. They're showing a lot. Some are showing overcast. Some are showing marginal. And that's pretty much what I'm seeing out the window. So that's pretty darn cool that I'm using my real-world tools in the sim and it's matching up pretty darn good. So out over the water like this, we're keeping an eye on that for sure. Cornelius Nimbus has just dropped a $22 super chat, man. Appreciate that. Very kind of you, man. It says, such an amazing stream. It's so cool you're sharing all of this info. Cornelius Nimbus, thank you, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's what I'm here for. I love sharing this kind of info. And I feel like when I do streams, we'll get in the habit of like, all right, let me just do A to B, show you the scenery. It doesn't have look good. Ooh, juicy this, juicy that. But I kind of get away from what really would be going on, real life, real world. What's the thought process? Because you're not just sitting up here twiddling your thumbs. Now, you might be doing some twiddling of your thumbs, but at the same time you're twiddling your thumbs, I'm looking at my map. I'm looking at contingencies. I'm thinking, okay, if we get a fire here, what am I going to do? What's my engine cruise altitude? Just because typically when you're over the States, there's an airport basically any 30 miles. When you start getting out over the water 150, 300 plus miles offshore, you got to know where to point the airplane in the event of an abnormal. So that's kind of what would be going through the mind up here. But yeah, we'd be talking. I always like to eat my lunch at the ETP point. So I don't see the ETP yet. I don't know if ETP is modeled. I hope it is. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to... why don't I have a fuel... Did I miss something? I don't know why I don't have a fuel thing. I wonder if it's because I changed the alternate. I don't have a fuel prediction. I was going to bump it up to 99 on the init. Oh, we actually are doing init. We are doing 99. And we're actually, everyone is in a pretty good line. Wow, look at that conga line. And we're all equally spaced out. I don't want to overtake anybody, but let's go ahead and let's go 7-9. We'll do 7-9. We'll break out our dinner when we hit when we go feet dry over Wilmington. Let me get back to some of the chat here. What aviation accident had the biggest impact on industry? Colgan. I'd say Colgan. Colgan did a lot for sure. Fuel usually is there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Probably a bug that hasn't been discovered since this isn't standard procedure. Okay, I bet what it is, Chaos, is because I changed the alternate. I wonder if I delete the alternate, we're back to default with that. I wonder if that would change it. I don't want to crash anything. I hate messing around with stuff. I'm just not going to mess around with it. But I bet you it's because I changed the alternate. Do I have... let's see. Wilmington... Patuxent. That's fine. Look at our prog page. 600 miles. So 600 miles, we're doing 450 over the ground. So... we're doing, what's our fuel flow per hour? 22, let's call it 22 aside, so 4,400 an hour. At 2 hours, 8,800 pounds. So if it was 13, yeah, we still have plenty. We're still about 5-ish on landing. So we look good. Quick fuel hack there. We're looking just fine. What we can do, though, is we're probably light enough for 390. Recommended max 39. Let's go ahead and look at another factor, though, that we would check before just jumping up to 39. Sometimes I hit fuel predict and it resets. Let's see. Expressway in LaGuardia. We'll see what they're showing when we get there. Oh, chaos. Yeah, because I started engines up before doing the init B. That's what it was. That's what it is. That's probably what it is. Diego. Diego has a $3 bank angle check, man. I had the alert box muted there. Sorry. Appreciate you, Diego. In the XP72 stream, I asked you at the moment of doing an RTO. Hold on. In XP, I asked you if at the moment of doing an RTO, the brakes are activated automatically when you activate reverse. Yes. Thrust lever angle. Are there any speed considerations that must be met for the RTO to activate? Yeah, right. Well, it depends on the airframe, but that 80 knot call out, Diego, when we say 80 knots, everything is armed at that point. Anti-skid, RTO, all that is armed. Now, below 60 knots, you won't get anti-skid, and I'd have to double check if that would trigger the max brakes at 60. I don't think so. I think it actually happens in the 70s. But that's kind of a differentiating point. You say 80 knots, like, okay, bingo, you're in a high-speed abort regime right now. So that's something that we would take into consideration. That's also 80 knots. All right, your high-speed regime now, if you have to abort, it better be for something good because a lot of stuff's going to happen. It's going to happen quick. Below that, it's considered a low-speed abort, much less violent. And you could even if they did activate at 70 knots, I mean, shoot, you just click them off immediately and you'll be fine. But after 80 knots, my heels are on the floor because I know if we do have to RTO, I don't want to instinctively hit the brakes because the auto brakes are going to do a better job than I could ever do. Okay, who we got here? Nice, man. Appreciate it, American 2905. Absolutely, man. You were on final on DC. That's sweet, dude. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you, dude. What altitude do you like to switch the seatbelt light off? Depends. On a long flight like this, I won't do it till cruise altitude. All right, speaking of cruise, let's go back into our flight plan here. So I mentioned before, winds are kind of a big deal when you're doing a little bit longer flight. So we could go to 39 now, but we should have a wind forecast for 39. Now I could look at it on my iPad, but it's also in our paperwork, and I just got to find it on this format. I think it's down here at the bottom. These are cost indices. Here we go. Well, these are descent winds, forecast winds, observation. Perfect. So sector wind and altitude. So right now we are just about to hit the CLO waypoint. So if I zoom on in here to CLO, and I can see where we at, 34, 39. So at 39, winds are 317 at 95. At 34, they're 314 at 86. So do I really, and right now I'm showing 74 knots here at 370. So let me look at my updated wind forecast on my iPad, and let me see if I can get any other information on that. So let me go winds and temps aloft. We're at 370. At CLO, it's showing approximately 318 at 107 at 39. And if I drop it down to 340, it's definitely less. Forecast 315 at 83. So, we're going to stay. You know, I'll make a decision. I'll stay here. There's a couple of things you could do. You could do a secondary. You could copy the flight plan, put it in the init, go up to 39, see what your fuel burn would be. But for time, I'm going to go ahead and stay down here where it's a little bit lower, 75 knots. We've got a nice little crosswind here. I don't need to go ahead and jump up to 390. Another consideration you got to think about too is how much fuel you're going to burn while climbing up to 39. Now 390, that's only 2,000 feet of difference there. But in the current scenario, I'm happy and content. 37, smooth ride. We got plenty of fuel. No need to continue on. No, that wasn't a Jack Center ping. I don't think we're in Jack Center. He's aviating, navigating. There you go, RC Flyer. I am using experimental, Peter. That was not a Batson ping. That was from another aircraft, just shouting out from yesterday. Man, these clouds look so much better than they used to. Is it just me? Seriously, guys. Are the clouds better in Sim Update 12? Damn, it looks good. You can't do the expressway because JFK is landing 1-3s. Ah, all right. We'll see what we got. I don't know if we got any air traffic control up there when we get there, but right now I'm just waiting till we hit Wilmington because that's when I'm going to bust out my dinner. Oh, I am in his airspace. He doesn't want to talk to me, I guess. Do I have any fears or anxieties while flight training, specifically in the solo cross-country phase? Ryan, you're going to get a little bit of, you're going to get some nerves. I definitely remember having some nerves on the cross-country, but, you know, that's part of it. You're about to go take an airplane by yourself in the cross-country phase. I forget what the mile was. 250 miles? I forget how long cross-countries have to be. 75 miles? I don't know. Yeah, nerves are normal, man. Nerves are normal, a little bit of anxiety, but don't have fear. I always liked teaching the difference between having a little bit of nerve and then fear. Uh-oh. Whoa, long stutter there. I wonder if that's an FSU IPC thing again. We might have to shut down the old Fly Live. I still have an updated FSU IPC, but that's the first time I've seen a stutter like that. Oh, it's 50 miles. Okay. So there's definitely a difference between fear and nerves, in my opinion. Fear, I was taught a good acronym at a young age, is fear is false evidence appearing real. So don't be fearful. Nerves are normal. You're about to do something you're unfamiliar with. That's normal. But you're going to be signed off from your instructor. They have confidence in you. So you obviously possess the abilities to accomplish the mission on your cross country. So go get it done. And if you are uncomfortable with something, stop and ask. Or if something comes up along your cross country, maybe the weather changes, maybe the wind picks up at your destination, you weren't anticipating it, you're uncomfortable, you know what? 180 that sucker and go back to where you are comfortable. So that is, you know, that there is a difference between fear and nerves, especially when you're going through the flight training phase. So I would, it's normal, you'll get those nerves, but be excited, man, be excited. Cross country, solo, because when you get back after you complete your first solo cross country, you're going to have a totally different feeling. Be like, man, your confidence is going to go through the roof. I promise you that. Promise you that. In-flight meal is a chicken Caesar salad. Jeremy says, I imagine that to a non-pilot, all these procedures and considerations seem like a lot, but as a pilot, you get used to it and it doesn't feel so overwhelming. No. And that's exactly right, Jeremy. We live and breathe this stuff, right? Especially as line pilots, this is just normal operation for us. Even when the weather goes down and there's delays and passengers are freaking out, this is all normal to us, right? But you also got to be cautious because that can breed complacency. You do the same flight, you've done the same trip all month. Now you start getting into that complacency realm. So when kind of the opposite of nerves, you know, you're solo cross country, you're nervous, you don't know what you're going to do. It's the first time. It's like, oh my gosh, I got the nerves going on. You're not complacent because you're nervous. But as your confidence and your abilities expand and get better, now you're actually starting to move that dial towards complacency because, all right, I've done this before. I've done this. I know this. I've done this. Now you got to be careful that you don't go too far the other way into the complacency realm. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Jack Center, should I give him a call? Let's give him a call. I'm going to use the fancy fly pad. Make Callie Simmer proud here. Or Chaos. Air traffic control button. Jack Center, set active. 3092.
I'm sorry, I was the last aircraft checking in. Who was it?
91602.
1602, Jacksonville Center, squawk 7630.
Make sure you say with you. Should I say with you just to piss everybody off?
Delta 2497, did I talk to you?
Jack Center, good evening. Frontier Flight 357, level 370.
Frontier Flight 357, Jacksonville Center, ident.
Ident, Frontier 357. Does ident work? That's pretty cool.
Frontier Flight 357, radar contact, 61 miles southwest of the Saggy intersection, maintain level 370.
Maintain 370, Frontier Flight 357. Boom. Fly good, don't suck. Helps me for whatever reason.
The 2497, Jacksonville Center,
Slam
ident.
cannon, I love that. That's a good one too, man. That's a good one. Fly good, don't suck. That is definitely a good phrase, especially as you get. I'd say that was like my mentality when I was doing single pilot freight.
Roger, radar contact. Say the reason for this.
Another one that I, as you get into your career and maybe you become an airline pilot or whatever it may be, I was thinking about this when I was flying into Newark the other day. Empty, but we had a deadheader on there. Winds were 41, 43, 44 knots, gusting, wind shears, moderate turbulence all the way down the approach. I'm on final. I disconnect the autopilot early because I wanted to kind of get a feeling for what the winds are doing. And I'm coming down. I see this 145 trying to land on 4 right. Is it 4 right in Newark? I think it's 4 right. He's getting blown all over the place, and he gets blown so far off the center line. He executes a go around. I saw dirt kick up, and I think it's because his engine's just throwing the go around thrust. I don't think he actually hit the dirt, but he was completely blown off the runway, and he's in the go around. So he's doing go around, and then here we come, 500 feet or so, and I mean I'm sitting in the airplane like this, and the nose is like over here. The runway is well over here. The nose of the airplane is like this direction. Super stiff crosswind. And I was thinking, I was like, well, this is what I'm here for. Like, this is why I'm an airline transport pilot. I am in this seat. I am the captain of this Airbus because I have the abilities to safely put this airplane on the ground. So that kind of goes hand in hand with the fly good, don't suck. This is what I'm here for. So I often think about that, and especially in inclement weather scenarios. Like, all right, this is what I'm here for. Get the job done. How do you update FSUIPC? Rams fan, I think you just have to re-download it. That's why I haven't done it yet, because I think it's kind of lame. And then you have to insert a line of code, which I think somebody said somewhere that they're going to come out with their own update with that in there. I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows.
18 calls white or at 3,000.
I hear a super loud moaning sound from planes on approach, not flap. That ooh, yeah, that's the speed brake, Basti. That's the speed brake on the Airbus. So you'll hear that ooh. That's the speed brake extending, and then when you hear ooh, that means they're retracting the speed brake.
And left or crowd checking in with the 15.
External view? Yeah, why not? Yes, I'm live in the sim right now, Robert Dunn. I am visible. Yeah, if you're on VATSIM, you'll be able to see me. All right, I'm going to turn the sounds down, and let's do a little outside view hangout.
872, Atlanta's gone, radar services terminated, frequency.
I don't know which side we should do. Do we do sunset? Oh. Yeah, let's do sun. We'll turn this all the way down. To that about. Oh, come on, be there. There it is. That's the sound I want.
Opening the common American 840, and we got the traffic in sight.
Allegiant 2319, Atlanta's offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved.
God, hopefully those sounds line up. Flight Force 77 with a $20 super chat. Flight Force, thank you so much for the support, my man. Says I can't imagine what Airbus flight sim would be without UV1. I mean, for you to give us real world content and be a friendly guy all around is something close to unreal. Keep being you, man. Salute. Flight Force, very, very kind to you, man. Thank you so much for those kind words. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoying your Phoenix Sky Harbor if you did pick it up, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for that super chat. I love doing it, man. Absolutely love doing it. I really like flights like this. I think we gotta figure out a way to do ultra realism flights, and they have to be a minimum of 2 hours long. Ultra realism, minimum of 2 hours long, at least once a month, where we go through each checklist, each briefing, best I can, time it up, good to go. But appreciate you, Flight Force. So we're due at LaGuardia at 23:45 and 51 Zulu. Perfect, Team Vodka. What airplane you in?
3372, 559.
Are we over Wilmington yet? We're still feet wet, huh? As soon as we hit Wilmington, I'm busting out that salad. So that's a trick to flights that are longer than 2 hours for me. And even if it's a transcon, if I have food, you're going to be hungry. For some reason, I get super hungry, like right on the taxi out on a long flight. Like, oh man, we're taxiing out, I'm hungry. But I've trained myself. I do not eat or touch my food until the ETP, because once you hit the equal time point, it's all downhill from there. You're already past halfway. So I keep looking forward to my ETP. Once I hit my ETP, that's when I can eat, and then you're already just on the way in. So it's especially helpful for those long transcons westbound.
1474, Jacksonville Center, ident.
Did the GSX pushback on the Neo work okay? I've had problems with it.
Jacksonville Center.
It did a little funky turn for us.
Okay.
No food until halfway point of the shift. There you go.
Contact 3 miles southwest of the Garrick intersection. Maintain level 310 and save Mach 9.
Rick, it was. So the FO that I was flying with, absolutely loved it. I mean, he was a brand new guy. This typically doesn't happen.
Contact Washington Center 133.
He was obviously very excitable, but it did make me feel good as soon as we touched down. And I mean, I don't know what it is. I think we've touched on it in the past, but like when the weather is bad, your level of focus is going up. So I always land better. Like my best landings are in the worst weather. Crazy crosswinds, heavy snows, heavy rains. I get the best landings. It's freaking calm winds and clearing a million. I freaking chunk it on there. But I mean, this landing was an absolute greaser in the like I even shocked myself. But as soon as like the nose came down, the spoilers came up, but I had the auto brakes on because super strong crosswind. There was no way I was going to be able to cool the brakes evenly on that one, so had the auto brakes on. But as soon as the nose wheel came down, yeah, I was like, hell yeah, man! Like, he just got super excited, and that typically never happens. He was obviously an excitable young gentleman. He's new to the airplane, but he was obviously impressed with it. But that made me feel good. I just pretended like I was there, and I changed my underwear when we got to the terminal. But yeah, it's kind of like my dad always told me when I was playing football, and it was like the whole celebration thing. Just act like you've been there before. 3372 for Frontier Flight 357. So act like you've been there before. So the better the landing, the less reaction I have.
1118.
It's just something I've always taken with me. 3372.
JetBlue 295.
Am I right? 133.725.
Hello V1. I dropped a picture I took of an A320 engine and Discord in general section. Inside the engine there is a kind of a metal rod. What is that?
I'll look it up on my phone, Diego. I don't open Discord when I'm streaming because it can crash my sim. I've done it before. We'll look it up right now. Where'd you drop that? You dropped it in the A320. Which one did you drop it in? Let me know which one you dropped that one in.
American 1486.
Discord General?
Indianapolis Center's offline. Radar services
I'll get to that in a second. Harold Phoenix.
All right, Liberty.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Hello, V1. Based on your experience, do you recommend turbulence set to low, medium, realistic? Harold, right now I have it at realistic. I haven't noticed a ton of change. I definitely wouldn't say it's game changing, but I have it at realistic, and I have had no issues. I think everything looks pretty good.
2567.
So thank you for the support, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, I've got it on realistic right now.
Washington Center, Delta 2497.
So, oh, I see it, Diego. Let me check on with this guy real quick.
Delta 2497, Washington Center, hello.
Wash, good evening, Frontier Flight 357, level 370.
Frontier Flight 357, Washington Center, hello. Clear direct Patuxent, Papa X-ray Tango.
Direct Patuxent, Frontier Flight 357. Direct Patuxent. Send it. There we go.
Washington Center, Delta 1474, Flight level 310.
Flight Sim General, there is a metal rod. Metal rod. Are you talking about the T2 probe at the top? That's the T2 inlet probe. That's hanging down. Basically, it's picking up environmentals right there on the inlet of the engine. That's a reason why we want. That's the reason, and specifically one of the main reasons why we run engine anti-ice on the ground when we're in. Like if it's raining, let's say it's raining, but it's 0 C. Now that wouldn't really make sense. Let's say there's a bunch of water on the ground, but it's below +10. So maybe it's 5 degrees Celsius or 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Excuse me, 5 degrees Celsius. So it's not freezing yet, but it's below that 10 C mark, and there's water on the ground. The reason we turn on our engine anti-ice, because as the engine is sucking in air, it's going to bring in that moisture from the ground, and it's going to be accelerated as it goes over the inlet lips, right? So Bernoulli says with an increase of velocity is a decrease in temperature. So that velocity is increasing as it goes into the engine, and that moisture can freeze, and it can freeze there not only on the inlet, but it can freeze and jam up your T2 probe, which can affect your performance and your thrust output on the takeoff. I.e., Air Florida flight, when they took off, they didn't have max power. They didn't have takeoff power, even though they had the throttle set. They couldn't figure out why, because they did a reverse thrust. They did a power back at the gate, and it actually blocked up their T2 probe. So it had conflicting information on the ambient conditions when they went to apply takeoff thrust. They didn't have enough power. Their engines were just not going to give them enough power because the T2 probe was blocked. And there, amongst other things, that's not the only reason why that crashed, but that, amongst other things, that was a big reason. So, and they had the anti-ice off because they're so used to being in Florida, they just anti-ice off, engine anti-ice off, even though they needed it on in that scenario. So that's exactly what that is. That's a T2 inlet probe right there. I think that's what you're talking about. And then that brighter section down on the bottom, that's just a patch there. It looks like they replaced some of that sounding there on the bottom right, that brighter piece. But, yeah, man, hope that answers your question. Air Florida guys, we're from my small community college in Miami. Oh, man, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. That was wild, man. Air Florida scenario. Hope you're doing well, Keko. Good to see you, man. Something I think I've been doing wrong on my flight sim is trying to fly the nose wheel down. It seems like I hold it up too long. What is the technique for rollout portion? Jack, that can depend on your SOP. If you're fancy, I tell you a secret. The Airbus, specifically the 321, and even the Neos, 319 doesn't really apply because it's just 319, but it loves a little bit of aerodynamic braking. So if you can fly that nose down, you can hold it up, you fly it down, you will actually really see a decrease in your brake temperatures. Because the airplane, you pop those reversers out, even in idle reverse, keep that nose up, spoilers come up. It's gonna, and you can time it. So like when you touch down, the spoilers are gonna come up. It's gonna increase your pitch a little bit, right? You're gonna get a little bit of pitch. So you kind of hold that, and then the nose is gonna want to naturally fall. You pop those reversers, and then that's gonna kind of keep that nose up a little bit longer, and it will actually decelerate very well. And you will see a noticeable difference in your brake temperatures with aerodynamic braking. Don't do it if you don't know what you're doing, because that's how you also tail strike the airplane, especially in a 321. But the rule of thumb, Jack, fly the nose down. Don't let it slam down. The guys do that all the time. You guys especially, it drives me nuts. Like as soon as the main's touched, they just let go of the stick. Nose comes crashing down. Fly it down. Just little bit of, I mean, you don't push forward. You're really just releasing that back pressure slowly to get that nose to come on down. And if you also got to be careful if you're trying to fly it down, because if you're trying to fly it down, you're keeping that nose up way high. At some point, that tail is going to stop flying, and then the nose is going to come down hard. So it's a balance between flying the nose down, keeping the nose up, but being able to lower the nose while you still have enough energy before the tail stops flying. That's where real piloting skills start to come into play. That's where you really got to work out on the piloting skills. Flame, yeah, it's part of the EPR equation, correct. And if it's been a while since I've read about the Air Florida, but if I remember correctly, that T2 probe being blocked, basically it changed the pressure ratio of what the engines thought they had or something like that. So even though they put the thrust levers in the correct position, the engine thought it was giving an output that it actually wasn't putting out, if that makes sense. I'd have to double check on the Air Florida thing, but I know that was a factor. It was a player in it. Go, yeah. Touchdown. You have control. Oh my gosh. Yeah, seen that. Airbus manual says research bass fishing when all is well during flight. Can either confirm or deny. I saw a meme today. It's pretty funny. It's like, tell me you were hired before. Tell me you were hired before the year 2000 without saying a word, and it was just a picture of a captain holding up a USA Today. I thought that was pretty funny.
American 1815, contact Potomac approach 119.85. Approach 119.85.
Man, I was starting to get it. Where are we at here? All right, let's see. Hey, we are over.
Thank you.
Yep, we're over Wilmington. We are feet dry. You know what that means? It means it is time for in-flight meal service. I don't know what song this is. That guy's voice was kind of scared me. No, I don't like songs with lyrics in it. Brendan Barry, thank you so much, man, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate you, man. Watched your years-old video about extending the center line on approach. Finally understand how. Just used it. Game changer. Thank you. Brendan Barry, thank you for that $25 super chat, man. I really appreciate that. You know what's funny? Is I was just thinking about that video today. I was like, do I need to do an updated video on that? And then I realized, no, I don't really need to because it has the same information, even though I think I did that in the Flight Factor. But thank you so much, Brendan Berry, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate you. I'm glad that video helped you out. Yes, it is a game changer. It's one of the hidden tricks in the Airbus would do that every Airbus simmer should know for sure. How to extend the line, how to extend the center line. Time to toss salad. The elusive USA Today. The Doubletree by LAX still has USA Today's got to get my funnies. There you go, Kako. There you go, man. Miggs, thank you for the $14 super chat, man. Hey, Miggs, I actually thought about doing Air Canada today, but I wanted to do something I was familiar with, so that's why we didn't do it. I haven't forgot about the Canada land stream. Thank you so much, Miggs, for that $14 super chat. Max Realism cabin report. 9 screaming babies, card machines are down, and 1 bathroom taped off. Allegedly airport Taco Bell, suspect at large. We're still alive, no need to divert. Dude, Miggs, thank you for the support, man. Appreciate you. That's hilarious. And you just reminded me. So I remember one time I was doing a flight from up here in the Northeast. I think it was, I don't know if it was Boston. Might have been Boston or Philly or something. But we were going down to San Juan. So we were out over the Waters Plus airspace, over 150 miles from any airport for a long flight. You're on your track system. You're doing your slop. We got about dead smack in the middle, like the furthest point. We get to the furthest point on our flight plan from land. And I get the flight attendant calls up and she's like, hey, we have a problem with the forward lav. I'm like, what do you mean the problem with the forward lav? She's like, well, it's backing up. I'm like, well, why is it backing up? And she's like, I don't know how to explain it, but basically there's a doll in it and everyone has been using the bathroom still. I'm like, what? So what had happened, essentially, somebody or some kid put a plastic doll in the forward lav and it jammed didn't flush, didn't go down, but people still continued to use the toilet. So what happened was, what had happened was, somebody continued to use the bathroom. They did their business, and then that continued to block, and it eventually sealed the bottom of the hole there. And then people continued to use the bathroom and continued to fill the toilet up. So the toilet is now acting like a bowl of waste. And I remember by top of descent, she's like, hey, you need to, it started to smell really bad. I mean, I could smell it from up front. Everybody could smell it, and like rows 3 and up could smell it. She's like, hey, you really should take a look at this. And so I went in there, I opened the door, and the toilet was literally filled to the brim with waste. And it was just like soup, looked like beef stew. And I'm like, oh my word, we need to I said, do not let anybody use this bathroom, block it off. Number one, I was surprised that she let it get that far, but I guess they were just busy doing their flight attendant thing. And that, you would think common sense would say if the toilet is blocked, you wouldn't use it, right? So like if you went in there and you saw, oh, the bowl is half full, I'm not going to do my business. I'm going to go use the other 4 or 5 lavatories on the airplane, whatever it was. I don't remember what kind of airplane. But no, they continued to use it. So on landing, the FO was flying. And I was like, hey, man, whatever you do, don't slam on the brakes because we cannot have this spill out all over the place. And I said, if it spills, you're cleaning it. So he's like, oh, God. So we touched down at San Juan. Dude, we rolled out the entire runway. Nobody behind us. We went as slow. We took as much runway as we could, go all the way to the end. And then I'm taxiing. I'm like being so careful to taxi. And we did it. I think we did about as best we could of like not hitting the brakes hard, not doing anything hard. Pull into the gate and call maintenance. Got to get a third-party maintenance guy out there, so we're waiting on maintenance to come up. But it still had spilled a little bit. It like kind of overflowed and kind of was starting to pull up. Just absolutely disgusting. How they fixed the problem is even worse. So the maintenance guy shows up to the airplane, and he starts putting on these gloves that go all the way up to his shoulder. And I'm like, you're not going to do what I think you're going to do. And he's like, yeah, it's the only way we got to do it. So he puts on these gloves that go all the way up to his shoulder. He sticks his hand in the toilet, removes the doll, and then we still couldn't get it to flush, so we had to pressurize the airplane on the ground to help flush it. And then eventually it started to flush. But my word, man, I don't even want my salad anymore. Thank you. Who was that? Was that Callie Miggs? Thank you for that. I don't even want my dinner anymore now after that. But yeah, it was just nasty. V1 ruins dinner for 300 people. JJ, appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Thank you, dude. Don't see a message with it, but I appreciate you. Shaq Oatmeal, good to see you, man. Hey, I hope you're doing all right, Shaq. Like I said, man, anytime you need to talk, anytime about anything, man, you got my number. But I hope you're well, dude. I hope you're hanging in there. Prayers for you and your family, dude. It's tough, no doubt. I lost my father to cancer in 2019, I think. Was it 2019? Sucks, man. Chaos says, good thing I just finished dinner. I know. Oh yeah, Jeremy, it was awful. It was awful. JJ, there's your question, man. Thank you for the $10 super chat. There's your question. I see it now. In the Phoenix, I've been following the flight director for landing, and it wants me to start flaring around 50 feet. When I follow them, I get better, smoother landing. Thoughts? I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the flight director does inside of 50 feet because I'm not looking at the flight director. That's just my honest answer, man. I'm looking outside visual reference at that point. Now, on a Cat 3 auto land, yeah, you're going to see it. You're going to see it go into flare mode. So theoretically, it should put you at a target pitch there to safely arrest the descent and not hit the tail. But as far as real-world technique and even my technique that I fly here in the sim, when I say I'm visual with the runway, I don't even see the flight director. I'm looking straight through them. Half the time I turn them off unless I'm hand flying an ILS and I'm actually trying to stay on the flight director for the approach. But inside of 50 feet, I have no idea what the flight director's doing. Beef stew turned my stomach. Sorry, man. Robert Dunn, thank you so much, man, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Very, very kind of you, my friend. I don't see a message with that. Thank you, man. Max Rank, look down the runway. A wise man shared this gem, especially at night. Indeed, Max Rank. Good to see you. I saw your VAL pictures there, your first flight, and that's it. I'm a little disappointed, Max, that your first flight for VAL was in a 737. A little disappointed, but pictures look good. Hope you had a good time, man. Good to see you. Andre says, I blew up for the Southwest Transcon a few years. FAs were not very happy with me. Hey, Andre, you got to do what you got to do, brother. Like, when nature calls, nature calls. We've all been there. You fly long enough. Bueller, stop the music.
88 climbing for level 216.
What's happening here?
Cargo 8857 Washington Center, hello, climbing tape level 400.
And I maintain for level 400 for National Cargo.
Why are we descending? Why is our autopilot off? I went to disconnect the autopilot. I'm like, it's not disconnecting. Why? Where's our autopilot off?
357, I show you descending. Did you want to stay at level 340 or do you want to go back up?
Yeah, Frontier Flight 357. Sorry about that. I just got back from a lab break. Looks like the FO was descending. Can we climb to 370?
Frontier Flight 357, yeah, no worries. Climbing tape level 370.
Climbing back to 370. Sorry about that, Frontier Flight 357.
No worries.
All right, back to 370. Damn it, Phantom. See, I can't even go use the lab without y'all screwing stuff up here.
Pilot Club 2435 Washington Center, hello, squawk 05.
Oh, I wonder if I kicked the sides. Maybe I moved the side stick when I was trying to show you guys something on the cam.
Washington Center, Pilot Club 2435, let's flight level 420.
Well, live and die by your FMA.
Pilot Club 2435 Washington
Oh, yeah, I
Center,
see, yeah, he's even saw it in chat. Yeah, live and die by your FMA. That's what I was doing. I was like, okay, we're through. Nothing's happening. And I was like, oh, this column is telling me why we are descending. That was a weird sensation. I hit the disconnect on my side stick and I didn't hear anything. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's going to burn a little extra gas for us. 10.4 though, we're in the Neo. We're looking good. All right, we're 148 from Patuxent. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get my lunch. I will be right back.
Bonanza 180 tree X-ray.
Oh, look at that view right there.
6,300 climbing 8,000 direct Smyrna.
1803 X-ray, Washington Center, hello, squawk
It's karma for ruining my beef stew.
Squawk 0510, Bonanza 180.
Nothing beats the Concorde toilet flush. I agree, Slam. That was a one of a kind, my friend. That was a one of a kind flush.
2002 Washington Center, hello, squawk 0530.
Washington Center, Pilot Club 2435, looking to step out for around 10 minutes.
JetBlue 138 Washington Center, hello.
Did you say JetBlue?
35, that's approved.
Please don't do that. This is why you have ATC, to catch you diving, I know. Adam Air, that was the one, the autopilot off?
Pilot Club 2002.
I never heard the autopilot disconnect either.
I
wonder if it, I don't know. I either could have hit something on the side stick, or maybe something reloaded and it kicked the autopilot off and we were in outside view.
03 X-ray radar contact about a mile north of
We're coming back to 370.
8,000.
Climb and maintain 8,000 and
all right, I'm gonna grab my salad. I'll be right back. Hopefully ATC doesn't radio us here. You guys got the radios? All right. Your radios, your control. Be right back.
16, we're at flight level 268, descending to flight level 240.
Air Canada 8616 Washington Center, hello, squawk 0566.
Walking 0566, Air Canada 86.
November 1803, actually, looks like someone got your code, squawk 0534.
0534, I'm about 5 from Woodstown, Bonanza 180 X-ray.
Sorry, I had to zoom in. I got your radar contact 5, northeast of Woodstown. Let's check out calling off static. Pilot Club 2435, radar contact lost. Number 1803
All right, I have
Echo,
control.
altimeter
What did we miss? Anything?
23, Bonanza 1803 Echo.
Anyone seen my doll?
Air Canada's 86.
All right, we're gonna just hang out up here because
west of the Harrisburg VOR. Send me the Maple for arrival. Washington landing. Sorry, Dulles landing south. At Dulles South.
do a little realistic view. Got my seat
3016.
way back. Does the tray table come out? Get the tray tables out. It's about time for lunch, dinner. Oh, I forgot. I even have dessert.
Air Canada 86.
I am so smart.
Flight level 120.
Air Canada's 8616. I just gave you descend via the Maple for arrival.
Roger, descending via Maple to arrival at Air Canada 86.
Washington Center, good.
Team Vodka's talking about ribs in the Discord. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna eat this store-bought chicken Caesar salad.
4617 Washington
Ugh.
Center. Hello, Descend meeting 9
He does that again. I'm going Nordo.
3020.
Philly's at 3020, sending down to 9,000.
AJ, no, it's actually some organic peanut butter cups, which could theoretically be just as gross. Thank you for that. Now I'm gonna be thinking about that.
Washington Center, stall 6, I show top of descent.
Stall 6, descend via the cap through arrival, landing south, the Richmond altimeter.
Autopilot disconnect happened to you since Sim Update 12. Interesting, John. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. We're gonna have lunch up here in the cockpit view anyway. You guys want to see realistic view? Now, can I open my sauce packet without getting it all over the place?
Delta.
Center, good afternoon. Delta 1918 heavy 400.
Delta 1918 heavy, Washington Center, Squawk 05.
The answer is no. Speaking of dessert, better get that B&J ice cream out of the freezer. Oh, Ben & Jerry's. Oh, killing me.
Delta 11.
Cruff, yours disconnected too?
Clear direct to
Interesting.
Tucson, Papa X-ray Tango.
What I did not get is a napkin. That was very smart. I'm gonna pull an XP72 here. I don't have anyone delivering me
American
dinner.
864, descend via the Chesley 5 arrival. Charlotte is landing south to Charlotte, altimeter 3032.
Captain, are you excited for the 380 release? Yes, I think the 380 is going to be a lot of fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. I've seen a couple of those videos.
318, Indianapolis Center's offline, radar service is terminated, frequency change device approved.
I gotta toss my salad here. Hold on.
Alrighty, over to Unicom. Southwest Station.
Can pilots listen to AirPods? No, you shouldn't.
1609,
All good on the Canada ops, by the way. I just feel like that Yellowknife approach is the Innsbruck of Canada. Really? Yellowknife approach. All right, Biggs. Who flies in there? Has someone got a real life
1609, Foxtrot just came up at Raleigh, altimeter 3031.
real life flying in there? Real life? Who flies in there in real life?
Delta 1918, radar contact 32 miles northeast of the DuPont VOR.
What crosswinds? The crosswind in San Diego was pretty spicy. Lots of crabbing. Before the winds today, and man, California's just getting destroyed. I can imagine they're probably pretty spicy there in San Diego.
One more time,
Delta 1918, altimeter 3017.
3017.
Chip Blue 4617, Philly approaches offline, radar services terminated, frequency change advisory approved. Tower's online, so just give them a call. Actually, they just got offline, actually, so frequency approved.
Oh, boo-hoo. Over to Unicom for Jet Blue 4617.
Oh my gosh.
You Air Canada 8616, contact Potomac approach 126.1.
You thought it was a stick shaker? Sorry, man.
126.1, Air Canada 86, goodbye.
Yeah, American 1006 cross hogs at flight level 180.
How come you have to turn on hydraulic pumps in the 737, but not on the 320? I'm
American
cold and dark.
1006 Washington Center.
Probably because the 73 was designed in 1930 and it hasn't changed. The hydraulics for the Airbus, the logic is it's all automatic logic, man. So after engine start, they're running. The yellow electric pump. Sometimes we turn that on before start.
Delta
So
14, setting 4, stay Mach number.
one thing I didn't look at, I got kind of distracted in our pushback today because we were off center. But well, the first thing I look at when we're in the tug on the pushback, when he says set brakes, I got to look at the accumulator pressure. I want to make sure we have enough pressure. If not, I'll turn on the yellow electric pump prior to letting them disconnect because I want to make sure we have enough pressure in the accumulator to hold the airplane as they disconnect.
Maintain your best forward speed. I'll have you go over the frontier in front of you.
Aviator Trav, good point. I've never heard that in real life, Caleb.
88, 57, can we step away from about 5?
Target 88, 57, that's approved.
Pull you back, thank you much.
The 737 slander is insane, huh? I didn't slander anything about the 737, but don't be sensitive.
Last check, I'm calling all static.
All they said was it's built in 1930, which is accurate. Cali Simmer, why are you sliding into my DMs here?
Still static.
Huh. Cali Simmer, that's very interesting.
American 864, contact Charlotte.
I'll look into it. I haven't heard of that happening at all recently, Cali Simmer, but I will. I'll see if I can find something out on my end. I'm sorry that's happening. I'll be honest with you, that's the first I've heard of it, but I will definitely look into that, man. They have had a tendency to be slow. I do know that, but I've never heard of the. Hopefully, I'll look. I'll check it out. See what I can find out, man. Flight dispatch, good to see you, man. Speedbird. Speedbird's in the chat. Good to see you, flight dispatch. The A320 is a 40-year-old airplane. Think about that. I know, man. It's crazy. Crazy. Kevin, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says best aviation content on YouTube. Here, thanks for answering questions politely all the time.
I got you. You're fine. We're gonna
I appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the content. We got to keep it real here, man. We got to try to be respectful. Sometimes get a little chippy on the radios. I know, that's my apologies. But as these streams start going later into the evening, sometimes you just got to put it on the table and let them see it. You know what I'm talking about?
1918 contact,
appreciate the support, man. It's calmed down now, but saw a lot of go-rounds. I bet.
Yep, Potomac approach.
How's the fly-by-wire since the update? Flight dispatch. It's been awesome, man. I love the full compatibility with GSX, man. It's literally one of my favorite things to happen to the sim in a long time, because I've been saying, and a lot of people ask, what's GSX worth it? Is this, that, blah, blah, blah. For the longest time, I just used it as kind of a visual thing. You see passengers loading and all that. But the way the fly-by-wire has it working today, or at least in Sim Update 12, and we tested it earlier today and it worked just fine. It's really neat to be able to put yourself under that pressure of being the first one ready to go, or like not having the airplane wait on you, right? So call for fuel, fueling gets done, show up to, well, first of all, back up, show up to your airplane 45 minutes prior to your push time, get the fueling going right away, get the fuel truck over the airplane. Once they're done fueling, get the boarding process started. And when they're done boarding, you better be ready to go. Have the airplane set up, good to push, and it's just, it adds that little bit of pressure, which is very realistic, and you could see today that it was perfectly timed out as well. And, having it actually load weight as well is pretty neat. So you can keep track on the fly pad down here. When it's doing the weight or when it's boarding, you see the seats start to fill up. You can see the cargo start to fill up. So it was really cool to see that. I'm very, very happy with how it worked out. And I hope other add-ons will follow suit. The PMDG is just really, like, I don't think it's fully integrated yet, right? It's a developer thing, but I don't know. Maybe with Sim Update 12 it is. But I don't necessarily hate that there doesn't have an EFB in the PMDG, but what I do hate is having to fumble through the FMS pages to load. If they could just follow suit like fly-by-wire, like, okay, here we go, start it. Boom, and load bags, load passengers, real time. That would be awesome.
03 actually Dover Altitude 3019.
3019, everything. 03.
A Bravo Whiskey, Washington Center, hello. Proceed direct to Richmond.
Are you guys getting ASMR sounds like
Bravo
on
Whiskey, Richmond, Option Victory,
XP's stream when he's eating? I'm trying not to eat in the
Hello
microphone.
B1. If the foe is landing, who takes the decision to go around? The captain?
Delta 1541, descend via the Corey 4 arrival to LaGuardia, altimeter 3020.
Sorry, you literally sent that right as I stuffed my face with a big scoop of salad, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Diego. Everybody, both the captain and the first officer always have the ability to call for a go-around. That's a huge factor in CRM. So just because I'm the captain doesn't mean I'm the only one that should say if we're unstable, we need to go around. So having the FO being confident and comfortable saying, hey, Cap, you're high and fast, we're not stable, go around, that's huge. And that was something that was lacking in the Asiana 777 crash at SFO. So if you remember how that all went down, the FO actually knew what was going on, didn't say anything. Or I think he said something one time, but then continued to let it go out of control, and then they hit the seawall because it wasn't in the culture. There's a steep, we call it a steep cockpit gradient, where the captain is sitting up on a pedestal, and there's a gradient down to the FO. That's not how it should be. It should be an equal cockpit gradient. You know, the captain is there to final say to make decisions, but at the end of the day, you're both typed on the airplane, you're both part of the crew, you both are equal you both have equal responsibility among yourselves to get the job done. Now, at the end of the day, the captain is probably going to take more responsibility if something goes wrong because he is the captain, or she. But, yes, you want to make sure both people can say, go around. It's a big one. Good CRM, for sure. We should crash the XP stream. I know. Is he streaming right now? Man, where's XP streaming? We obviously didn't fly on the right side. I think, is he flying out of Phoenix?
2809, descend via the
I think he's flying out of Phoenix, right?
3020.
Overlay shows us descending again. Uh-oh.
Wing 17.
Nope, we're good.
714, descend via the Corey 4 arrival. Maintain your best forward speed. The LaGuardia altimeter 3.
Can the FO call for an RTO? No. That's one thing that doesn't happen. Only the captain will call for an RTO, at least where I work. It's the captain's why it's in my briefing. You'll hear me say, it'll be my decision to reject. So the FO can bring something up like, hey, Cap, look, or hey, this, or look at that, or engine failure. That's actually the call. When we practice those high-speed aborts, Jeremy, if we're doing it for an engine failure, the FO typically is going to see it first if he's the pilot monitoring because he's monitoring the instrument. So I'm looking down the runway trying to maintain visual reference on the center line, especially in a hard crosswind.
Washington Center,
he will see, or she will see the rollback or the failure before I will. Now, I might feel it on the controls, but their call is engine failure. And at that point, I got to make the decision, reject or continue. So that's one thing that we do split is the RTO. It's the captain's decision to reject.
71 Charlie.
And that's why we keep, the captain is the one that has his hands on the throttle, so the thrust levers. So going down the runway, even if it's a FO's leg to fly, and this is standard across all U.S. airlines, I don't know how they do it in other countries, but in the U.S., as soon as the power's set, the captain puts his hands or her hands on the thrust levers, and that's it. And that's why it is the sole decision to reject the captain.
Contact approach 119.7. Let him know you're squawking. 119.7. See ya. Delta 2659 descend maintain, but all 330. Delta 2659 descend maintain, but all 330. Blue Streak 1609, clear up waves. Direct waves. Delta 57 Tango Airport, 2 to 3 o'clock, 16 miles report in sight. Delta 57 Tango, clear official approach, with 23 right.
That's the juice right there. What was the role of the flight engineers back in the day? Running systems. I mean, they were doing a lot of system stuff. They were doing a lot of systems. They actually
cross Corey at 10,000. The LaGuardia altimeter 302.
They actually would do. I think they would have their hands on the thrust levers. They would block the cutoff switches during the takeoff roll. They had a play in it, but I never flew with a flight engineer. I'm not that old, so I don't know exactly. But they definitely had a role in the takeoff as well, but mostly doing a lot of system stuff. Weight and balance, fuel, things like that. Mick says ditch Yellowknife too far up and fly to Whitehorse. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it, Mick.
Boston Center's offline. Radar services terminated. Frequency change. Advisory approved. Have a safe flight. American 1006. Yep.
Wow, look at the contrail down here. Look at this guy down here. That's cool.
Delta 1474, clear direct Corey. Direct Corey, Delta 1474. Delta 2497, cross Corey at 10,000. The LaGuardia altimeter 3020.
3020 on the altimeter, cross Corey at 10,000.
Frontier flight 559, maintain best forward speed and transition, maintain 300 knots or greater.
I don't believe I know who Captain Chris is,
Frontier
Diego.
flight 559, Washington Center, yep.
It doesn't ring a bell. The FE unclogs the front lav.
Go for 559er.
What are contrails?
Frontier flight
It's
559.
it's water in the fuel,
Forward speed in the
basically
transition, maintain
being
300 knots or greater for spacing.
not atomized. That's not the right word.
Okay, we're gonna go.
It's just it's water. It's condensation in the fuel, or not. That's not technically the right term. It's
And I'm
it's
sorry,
normal.
what's the Bravo Charlie Charlie 19?
How's that for an answer? What are contrails? It's normal. It's
Caledonian.
when the fuel burns and condensation and something science, and it basically creates clouds. That's what you're doing. Someone will have a technical answer in the chat for you.
Yeah, 280.
Sorry, Basti.
Yep, 280 knots or less in the transition.
Burning jet fuel creates water, CO2, and other stuff. Condensed water vapor, yes. What are chemtrails?
Reduced speed, Mach
Now,
0.77
chemtrails.
in the
Let me tell you right
transition,
damn there about them
289.
chemtrails, boy.
Experience 114.
It's got electrolytes. Cactus, I see your question going up there.
Maintain your best forward speed in the transition, maintain
Do
300
engines
knots
have
or
or do jets have a VMC
We'll
speed?
maintain 300 or greater for spacing for the 22.
I debated, so this is it's funny you brought this question up. Short answer is,
Delta 57 Tega wind 2,
theoretically they
308,
should have
right
one,
clear
correct? Right? Aerodynamically? But I talked about this to one of the smartest guys in aviation I know, my buddy Russell. He's on the bus at another carrier. And we talked about it for probably 25 minutes. And he couldn't give me a reason to believe that they didn't have a VMC speed, and I couldn't give him a reason to say that they do have a VMC speed. Essentially, you're going to be stalling in modern day, in the Airbus specifically, you're going to stall before you reach a VMC. That's what we concluded. But you're going to need to ask, that's a great question for Black Box, because that's probably the smartest pilot on YouTube. I would ask him, and I want to know what he says, because like I said, we went back and forth for 30 minutes on this. Like, hey, is there a VMC speed? Well, theoretically, there has to be a VMC speed, but then what airplane are you talking about? What's the wing design? Are you going to stall before that? Like, I don't know. It's a great question. I wish I had a great answer for you, and I don't. Slam. Obviously, population control, obviously. Just keep... we won't get into it on here. I'll get spanked by YouTube. But yeah, population control.
Effective visual approach only 16. You have the airport in sight. 12 o'clock 2 1 mile.
Okay, down to 4,000
and... Cactus, I don't... No, I wouldn't... It's not about the rudder. It's more to do with the wing design. So... You'd have to. It would. You can't. You wouldn't. You'd have to have a specific example of an airplane, and then you'd have to look at that specific airplane.
2002. Descend and maintain total 270. Washington Center, Delta 1541. Delta 1541.
Hey, would you be able to slow down a little bit without affecting the spacing?
Yes, sir. You can resume normal speed. Thank you. Frontier Flight 1510, Washington Center, hello, radar contact, climb 18, total 330.
Caleb, she asked it. My dad asked me about that too. He's like, all right, so tell me about this chemtrail thing. But contrary to popular belief, there actually is a sort of thing called cloud seeding, something that farmers do and people that maintain crops. So while the concept is not completely false, the adage that commercial jets are flying around doing population control is completely false.
Would I give you the transition?
Aviation Blaze, thank you for the continued support, man. At 9 months, appreciate you. Ryan Johnson, it will depend solely on the operator. Yes, unfortunately, if you fly with me, the FO is probably going to be doing most of the walkarounds. Like it says for us that the captain will delegate the task. So I've done my fair share of walkarounds. I've earned it. I've earned that 4 stripes, so I'll send the FO out to do it most of the time. Now, if there's something, if someone's trying to catch a commute or something, of course, yeah, I'll just get out of here. I'll do the walk around. I'll do whatever needs to be done. But typically, I don't do very many walkarounds unless it's really nice outside and I want to stretch my legs. I do like doing a post-flight or something, maybe after a really long leg, 3 hours or something, and maybe we got to do another leg. I do like to get out and stretch my legs if I can, walk around. But again, that's got to be that 72 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit, no rain, no wind, low humidity. Uh-oh. Who's up?
For the cargo 8857.
I don't know if it was for us. No, I don't think so. What does in the transition mean? That's a great question. So in the transition means when you'll hear that a lot on a descent. Say, in transition, maintain 250 knots. So basically, if you're descending via a Mach number,
because 357 descend via the Quarry 4 arrival, LaGuardia altimeter 3020.
Descend via Quarry 4 3020 for Frontier Flight 357. Uh-oh. We're just got to do Realism stream here, and I'm not even ready to go. Basically, we're up here at Mach, right? 0.79. After there is a point at which you will transition to indicated airspeed, and that's what they mean. So in the transition, whenever your airplane transitions to indicated airspeed, which is going to be around that 24, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 foot mark, that's when you're going to transition to that indicated airspeed, which will be slightly different from the Mach assignment, depending on what you've got. But that's what that means. Good question. All right. We got to get back into realism mode. Blocked. Right on cue. I said we got to get into realism mode, and guys like blocked. About as realistic as it gets. All right, Corey 4. Let me have one more bite of salad, and we got to get into this. One more big bite of salad. Somebody get me a bottom altitude for the Corey 4.
JetBlue 295 descend via the Corey 4 arrival, the LaGuardia altimeter 3020. Wing 714, New York approach is offline, radar service is terminated, frequency change to advise to approve. Have a safe landing in LaGuardia.
Wing 714, Unicom, thanks so much.
All right. Someone said 10,000. We got to get focused here. Let's go do this.
Flight 1510, start for the late call. Radar contact 11 miles south at Dansville, maintain total 390.
Close enough. We'll go ahead and manage. Mach descent. We'll put this into below mode. Let's go ahead and get our charts out. So we've been pretty realistic so far. We were super hardcore up until top of climb. Then we kick back, relax.
1803, X-ray the east.
Turn on the podcast. Just kidding. I would never do that. Listen intently to the radio and monitor flight instruments and read company material. After we've done that, now we got to focus on getting the airplane on the ground here. So let's bring it in.
Oh, we have noticed we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival. That
is a hell of a view. Look at that. The sun going down. Oh, it's so good. Flight dispatch, yes, 10,000 is pretty standard. Couple airlines do it differently. American turns on wing lights at 18. Southwest does that. Some are all at 10. It just kind of depends. Frederick, thank you for the 10 DKKs. Appreciate you, man. I don't see a message with that super chat, but I appreciate that. Callie Simmer says XP started his stream first time using GSX, and you can imagine it straight up comedy hour shenanigans central. Oh, I can only believe it. Oh man, he did get GSX. I remember listening to that conversation when I was driving home from the airport. I wanted to tune in and say you need to get it, but he's probably going to hate it initially, but he's gonna love it. Is he flying the fly-by-wire? Tell him he needs to fly the fly-by-wire because it just makes it so much more fun. All right, Corey 4, here we go. We got a couple things above 10,000 at Corey. We'll make sure we hit that. Approaches, we don't know exactly what they got for approaches, but we have approach tower. Nobody. Oh, LaGuardia ground is online. ATIS for LaGuardia is online. Let's see what the ATIS is here. Let's come down. We need to enter destination data. I know I got behind here. We got behind. Let's get an ATIS from LaGuardia arrival. We'll send that. I love that. That's actual ATIS. We're in below mode. Thrust idle. It's flashing. Fuel is balanced. We're looking good. We're getting ready to dump those tip tanks here pretty soon. Hydraulics are still looking good. Engines are still looking good. Or speed. We're coming down. We can just, as we're setting in here to sunset, let's go ahead and roll these screens back a tad. I really. Oh, there it goes. There goes the sunset. Damn, just missed it. Oh, he's flying the PMDG. Oh boy, that's shenanigans central. I wish we were flying in the same airspace. Maybe leg 2 after dark. Crash XP stream. Where's he flying to? Nah, I think I gotta go home.
Delta 1118 descend via the Quarry 4 arrival to LaGuardia altimeter 3020.
Diego, it all depends on quality of life, and right now I like mine, so I don't have any plans for that. But that's because it's much more than just, you know, bidding an airplane. It's all about what's going to happen to your quality of life when you do that. All right, LaGuardia 180 at 14, ILS 22 in use, departing 13. I'll rip that over there. All right, let's get into this here. Let's get back into the zone. Team Vodka ETA is 23:28, so we've made up some time. 3020. Temperature is 11. Winds are 180 at 14.
All information golf now currently altimeter 3032. Murray Bravo Whiskey straight ahead to an Alpha Bell ramp.
Let's put this in night mode. Is this night mode? Yes. Yes, yes. As XP says. Let's see. ILS 22. Pin it. ILS 2. Oh, this is going to be good. We'll get vectored on downwind. This is going to be so juiced, guys. I have a add-on, that light add-on for LaGuardia 2 in New York at night, so it makes everything light up even better. Oh, this is going to be the bee's knees. Be a friend, tell a friend. This is going to look amazing coming in here.
Sorry, my push attack screwed up there. Fayetteville out there to 3033.
V1, is this the last stream of the V1 HQ? No, it's not, Max Parks. I promise you, I'll let you know when the last one is. We'll do a celebratory
2002,
departure stream.
3-4 miles south of Fayetteville at 1000.
DFW Spotter, you like that coffee cup? I can't remember who made it for me. Somebody made it for me, put it on the... It's on the Flight Sim-TO if you want to download it. It's got V1 coffee, and it's bank angle check. That's what's in there. So.
Delta 14 steady for...
All right, let's finish setting up. We'll get our LS push buttons on. We got 10,000 set for Corey. It's in the box. We're coming down. We're on the VNAV path. Everything is looking good. It's actually doing a better job in the VNAV than the Phoenix is. We're right on speed. We're looking real good. I think we can do landing data assessments, right, for 2-2. Let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll do a quick brief. The star, we've got that pinned. All right, good. Now, I haven't done this before. I don't know how functional it is. Landing. Do I have to fill data from OFP?
American 1609, Washington expect TDC.
Now I have to manually input everything else, right? Runway elevation. I don't know. 10.
American 21,
Runway heading 220. Dry. Runway slope 0. Landing distance available.
370 American 2120.
Make me look it up here. I should buy X-Plane 12 when the toll is 320 Neo. Oh, should I buy X-Plane 12 if I'm interested in flying the Pratt? You know, it depends, Diego. How enthusiastic are you about X-Plane 12? If you fly X-Plane 12 regularly, I promise you, you will not be disappointed. All depends on how much you fly X-Plane. Runway landing distance is 7,000. How do I do that like this? 7,000 feet. Approach speed.
Shoot. Flight 357 New York approach is offline. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change to advisory for base stream is always on.
Over to advisory. Thanks for the AT for Frontier Flight 557. Approach speed. So we'll do this. Our VAP is 137. 122.8 is set. All right. What did I say? 137. 137 knots set. Weight is 140.7. That's fine. We're going to be lighter than that. Flap full. No. Reverse thrust. Yes. Auto land. No. Calculate. What? I call BS. Really? Low brakes is 7,600. We need medium brakes. Maybe I don't call BS. I don't know. I mean, medium looks right. That looks right. 7633 for low. Okay, so maybe we would need medium brakes or more. Maybe we do. We're not super light. We are 140,000 pounds. So maybe I don't call BS. I take that back. Take that back. So that is okay. So this is a pro tip, and this is something I tell guys all the time on the line. When we start setting up for the approach and briefing, the inexperienced pilot will just come up here and select the brake selection before they do anything else because they're just getting their setup done. I'm going to turn the dome light on here for a little bit, and then I'll shut it off. I always tell guys, do not just go up here and rotely select low brakes because you don't know what you need. You may have been flying an entire 4-day trip where you're well under max and you're landing on 13,000 foot runways and it's fine. But then there might be that one trip when you're flying into LaGuardia at night and you're heavier than normal and you cannot safely do low brakes with the additive. So always wait for your landing data to come back. Always run your landing calculations first and then determine after you get your landing calculations and you get your distances back, then you can select the brake that you want to select. All right, so I'm going to use manual brakes. I'm not going to use low brakes. I'm going to use manual brakes, but that is a pro tip. So if you guys are doing it in the Phoenix where you're running your landing data, or whether it's the TOLUS or even in the FlyByWire, do your landing data assessment before you select the brake that you want to use. All right, I was going to do something down here and I forget. Oh yeah, 3020 is the meter. 3020 is set. Let's do a quick approach briefing here. And then I can run landing data actually on my iPad as well. So, all right, we're set up to come down the Corey 4 RNAV arrival. We got 10,000 set at the bottom. That's fine. All the speed and restrictions are in there. Callie Simmer and Chaos already verified it for me. I am looking. I got to go back to Navigraph. Hold on. Pin charts. 2-2 approach. We're expected the visual back up the ILS at 2-2 LaGuardia chart 11-5 for September of 20. Final localizer is 110.5. Final approach course is 224. Greco 1900 on slope. DA is 212. It's on the glass. Touchdown is 12 feet. 212. Touchdown is 12. Will be stable by 1,012. Landing on runway 22. We've got a Pappy on the right. ALSIF 1 lighting. If we have to go mist, we'll be visual. We'll do 1,500 feet above, or we can fly the published mist procedure, which is 3,000 feet. Radial 225 out to proud and holds in the box. Matches the plate. Landing on 22. It's going to be a left-hand turnoff. We've got 7,000 feet available for landing. We know we're going to be medium brakes or manual brakes, full flaps, full reverse. We'll plan to exit down here at one of these, Alpha or Charlie, depending on how good we are. Probably Alpha down there. We don't want to smoke the brakes on this one. So Alpha Charlie, I don't know where we park. I think we park over here on this side. We're going to go all the way to the end, park on the new Delta side. Plus they got a good food court over there. So that's where we're parking. 320 for tail strike, flaps full, manual brakes. Already did that. Our GPS's primary nav accuracy is high. I can actually put in here LaGuardia 22 just for an additional awareness. Right now we're 72 miles from the airport. Fuel, we've got 8.2 on board. We got a little bit of extra gas even if we need it, so we're looking good. We're under max landing weight. You have any questions? No questions. All right, good. I have control 13.7, descending for 10,000 feet. Dome light's coming off, and then I'm going to quickly try to run an actual landing assessment on my iPad that I use in a real airplane. So here we go. Is 7,000 on the shorter side for an arrival? No, I wouldn't say. I tell you what, it makes me raise an eyebrow, Kelly Simmer. I don't just glance over it. When I see 7,000, I raise an eyebrow. When I see 6,000, I'm like, eh. Okay, when I see 5,000, we actually have procedures in place. Actually, anything less than 6,000, now I raise both eyebrows and I go into the books because I got to look up a procedure. But 7,000, I raise my right eyebrow just a little bit. Anything over that, it's just another day at the office, man. Now, you start throwing in heavy rain and crosswinds or contaminated runway on a 7,000-foot strip, now I might raise two eyebrows. Just depends. Just depends. All right, let me see if I can do this here. I got to do a whole new flight. I got to clear this, clear all fields. This is from my last, what was I landing? Ooh, a 321. All right, I'm going to do a new flight here. This is a 320 Neo. I don't have the registration, obviously, but I'm just going to select a 320 Neo. I don't know what weight variant this one is for Frontier, but it is what it is. And we are landing in an LGA, so I'm going to do this. If I can show you, if there's nothing proprietary, I might show it to you, but I don't think I can. Okay, so LaGuardia, selecting runway 22. Winds were, I'm going to just do what I put in the box here. Winds were 15, or no, they were, what were they, 180 at 14. 180 at 14, no gust. Oh, what's that? What's beeping at me? 11,000. Cool. We're looking good. Hey, it did a great job. Speed descent down to 10. Freaking fly-by-wire, man, doing a great job on the VNAV. Outside air temperature is 11. QNH is 3020. Runway condition, dry, good. Anti-ice off. Landing weight, I ran 140.7. That's what I did in the FlyPad, so I'm going to do the same exact weight here on my iPad. Landing CG will do greater than 27%. Config full. Air conditioning is on. Standard. Approach type, standard. Standard. Gradient. I didn't put anything, so we'll just do next. vPilot apps, I'm not going to add any of that. Next. Auto manual thrust. Brake mode low, reverse no, compute. Let's see what we got. Hey. Stop it. Speed out. Hey. Stop it. This is interesting, guys. Factor landing distance above runway length. Let me show you guys this. So, Mr. FlyPad, not all that far off. Can you guys... I don't know if you can see that. But basically, you see it's very close to how the TOLUS looks. Yeah. Landing distance 6134. That's medium. What was our max brake? I did reverse thrust, yes. Let me change mine. Reverse thrust, yes, on here. I'm going to modify. I said no reverse. We normally run it with no. Brake mode, low, compute. So with reverse thrust. Wow. What if I do modify a reverse brake mode manual or max braking? It's only about 500 feet different. Yeah, when I go max braking, then I can really get it down. I can get 3,800 feet. This is 4,200. That's max braking here. With mine at 3,800 feet, I can do it. Now that is, I tell you what, that's pretty darn cool. We're within a couple 100 pounds of an airplane, and I don't even have the exact tail number because there are different weight variants for these airplanes, even though they might be the same tail number. So that pretty cool. Gold star indeed. Okay, what am I doing here? 10,000 feet. Somebody ping me. LaGuardia approach. Uh-oh. LaGuardia approach 120.8. All right, so you guys have been briefed. I've been briefed. We've done real-world data. LaGuardia approach. Good afternoon, or good evening. Frontier Flight 357. We're level 10,000. Information India.
Frontier Flight 357. Thanks for India. Descend maintain 8,000. And actually, disregard ident, please.
Ident will maintain 10,000. Frontier Flight 357.
Frontier Flight 559. Turn left heading 040.
All right, maintaining 10,000. We've idented. We're checked on with him. Let's go ahead and go into
say the heading one more time.
night mode.
Frontier Flight 559. Turn left heading 040. Descend and maintain 4,000.
We need some floodlight. We need some juice.
Left
There we go.
040.
That's how I like it. Just a little bit of juice there.
Frontier Flight 357. Your radar contact 5 miles northeast of Robbinsville. Descend and maintain 7X. Reduce speed to 210. Then descend and maintain 7,000.
210, then 7,000. Frontier Flight 357. All right, 210, then 7,000. 210 selected. 7,000 feet is primed up. Let's help this guy out. We'll give him a spoil brake.
American 2809, descend and maintain 3,000. Then reduce speed to 180.
All right, now down to 3,000 though. 180.
We'll go wing light and landing lights on at 10,000 here as well. And we'll also get the seatbelt sign on. We forgot to do a top of descent briefing. That's my bad. There's VFE next, minus 10 flaps
195 whiskey, descend and maintain 7,000.
7,000, 195 whiskey.
And 195 whiskey, make it 4,000.
All right, we're 210. Let's go ahead and select open descent. Thrust throttle open descent down to 7. Here we go.
So 1541, descend and maintain 2,000. And LaGuardia Airport is going to be at your 2 to 3 o'clock.
I kind of want to, hold on, I'm going to turn my office lights off. Hold on.
Did it under 2,000, and we have to go inside down to 1541.
So the 1541, thanks. Clear visual approach runway 22, 180 or better, so 5 out.
Cleared for the
so I can see my screen better.
Maintain 180
I don't know.
5 out.
Oh yeah, you can night mode activated. That's pretty freaking cool.
Turn left heading 040, descend and maintain 4,000.
Left 040 down to 4,000.
You guys having a good time? Because I'm having a good time. This is going to be sweet. 410 likes. You guys are savage. Thank you so much. We're on the leaving 9.1 for 7,000. Frontier Flight 357. So that means hurry the F up, Frontier Flight. So let's give him a spoil brake.
Your speed 210, then main descend to 8,000.
Thank you guys for smashing that like button. You guys are awesome. 410 likes. You guys are awesome.
Over to the LaGuardia Tower for 1541.
Gearing 714, descend and maintain 3,000.
I'm going to put this on the fancy radio thing
2497, reduce speed to 180.
so I can set active right there.
Reduce to 180, 2497.
Oh, FSU IPC. Stop it.
50 vector for sequence.
Right, 150 vector for sequence.
The green to sell at night is cool. I agree. Looked really good.
American 1312, turn right heading 160.
Let me get flight recorder out.
Sequence, descend and maintain 8,000.
Right turn heading 130 down to 8,000 for American.
Well, we're 10,000. We're sterile. Lights are on. And we're selected speed, so we can activate and confirm the approach phase.
Right heading 130.
If we haven't already, we'll go ahead and activate and confirm.
Right, 130 down 2,000, American 2809.
Didn't mean to arm those.
2497, if I didn't give it to you, speed 180.
We're swelling Delta 2497.
All right, after prop.
Thanks, at 180, descend and maintain 3,000.
So that's a bug.
At 180, descend and maintain 3,000, Delta 2497.
Frontier Flight 559, not sure if we missed anything, but we just descend and maintain 4,000.
That's a bug, that altitude alert.
Lock.
Turning 195 Whiskey, turn left heading 020, maintain 4,000.
All right, we're 210, 7,000 feet.
Maintain 4,000, 195 whiskey.
Steering 714, turn left heading 020.
After proud, expect radar vectors to final approach course.
2497, turn left heading 020.
Left heading 020, Delta 497.
American 40, direct Apple, descend and maintain 7,000.
Direct Apple maintained, descend and maintain 7,000.
There's Team Vodka on the radio.
American 2809, turn right heading 1.
XB just said right now, did they update the clouds to X-Men 12? They look
90,
different, really good. Kelly Simmer, tell them I think they 100% do. I think 100% they look better. I don't know why, they look better.
Frontier flight 559, reduce speed of 180.
180 for 559.
JetBlue 295, descend and maintain 8,000.
8,000 for JetBlue 295.
Delta 1118, reduce speed of 210.
Is that his like collision alarm going off, or that distance alarm?
2809, intercept the
Cool.
localizer.
Yeah, NYC at night. This is going to be the juice, guys. Hit the like button, or V1 will have to punish you, and your punishment will be all of your throttles home.
714, right heading 040.
Yeah.
That's your flight 357, turn left heading 020, descend and maintain 4,000.
020, descend to 4,000, Frontier Flight 357. All right, 020.
American 2809, 4 miles from Greco, maintain 2,000, still established on a localizer clear ILS runway 22 approach.
4,000.
Clear ILS 22, American 2809.
Thrust out a little. Oh, look, there's the towers.
Maintain 180 knots to Greco, towers 18.
Oh, we're getting, this is going to be sweet. All right, let's get the airplane going.
Tower, 2809.
That looks good. I'm going to sequence the box.
Direct Apple for American 1312.
Steering 714, turn right heading 130, descend and maintain 2,000.
Right heading 130, descend and maintain 2,000, 317.
Frontier flight 559, descend and maintain 3,000.
Down to 3,000 for Frontier Flight 559.
American 40, descend and maintain 4,000.
Down 4,000, American 40.
Delta 1474, turn left heading 020, vector for sequence.
Left 020, Delta 1474.
Steering 714, continue right turn heading 190 to intercept the localizer.
There we go.
Right heading 190 to intercept the localizer, 31714.
210, 020, 4,000.
Right heading 040.
We turn down these lights a little
Right
bit.
heading 040, 2490.
Just a little bit of
40,
juice,
turn left
not
heading
too much
020,
juice.
vector for the downwind.
Welcome to
Left
New
020,
York City
vector
at
for
night,
the downwind,
folks.
American 40.
Delta 1118, turn left heading 020.
Left 020.
John, if they call you by your numbers, you can just respond with your numbers. Sometimes we do it.
2497,
not
turn right heading
technically
130.
correct.
Right heading 130, 130, Delta
1474, reduce speed of 180, then descend and maintain 3,000.
One more time, 1474.
Delta 1474, reduce speed of 180, then descend and maintain 3,000.
180, then down to 3,000, Delta 1474.
Frontier flight 559, turn left heading 360.
360 for 559.
Steering 714, 4 miles from Greco, maintain 2,000 to establish on a localizer cleared ILS runway 22 approach.
Clear ILS 22 approach, maintain 2,000 on
This is going to be max juice off the right wing.
Steering 714, negative.
This is going to be max
to establish on a localizer,
juice on the right
maintain
wing here.
180
Just
knots to
watch. This is
Greco.
going to be so good.
And then 180 knots to Greco, maintain
New York approach sounds like a real, yeah, he does. It
establish
sounds like a
Greco.
real New York controller right now.
2497 traffic follows at your 3 o'clock, 5 miles, 2,000.
There's Lady Liberty. There she is.
20 joining the final.
Look at that. Look at the reflection on the water.
2497, thanks, follow traffic, cleared visual approach runway 22, maintain 180 knots, still 5 out.
I don't know if we can quite see it from this
I will
view.
follow the traffic, number 2.
This view is going to be so sweet.
Steering, correction, carrying 195
I don't know where to look.
040.
Right.
Don't give me an instruction because I want to look at the New York City skyline right now.
Your cleared visual approach following the traffic and maintain 180 knots, still 5 miles out.
We got to
maintain
go
180
full screen
till 5
cam
hours
just so
over
you can get the full effect here.
Steering 714, LaGuardia Tower 18.7.
18.7, 317.
JetBlue 295, reduce speed of 210, then descend and maintain 4,000.
That looks amazing.
Descend and maintain 4,000, JetBlue 295.
American 1312,
Brooklyn
descend and
Bridge.
maintain 4,000.
And maintain 4,000.
My sister lives right here, literally right there. That
Delta
building.
1118, proceed direct to Apple and descend and maintain 8,000.
Direct to Apple and down to 8,000. Delta 1118.
Frontier Flight 357, flighting 040.
040 Frontier Flight 357.
JetBlue 295, turn left heading 360.
Descending 360.
Oh, that's just too
Your
cool.
flight 559, turn right heading 130.
Right turn 130 for 559er.
Freedom 1.
195 whiskey, descend and maintain 3000.
How awesome.
3000.
Got the 1474, turn right heading 130.
Right, 130, 1474.
I feel like I'm actually flying on LaGuardia right now. Combine it with the radio traffic. This is awesome. This, Diego, this is the New York City lights, I think. It's like $9. It's on, I got it on the marketplace. It increases the lights, gives you that freedom light over there.
2497, contact LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
187 Delta 24 972.
All right, 4,000, and he's stacking them up. Look at that, lined up like rockets, man. We are lined up like rockets. Central Park.
1312,
Screenshot.
020,
Sim crash. Alt F4. Rage quit.
Left turn 020, American 1312.
Looks pretty darn good.
Delta 1118.
Look at the light reflection here. A little bit of humidity in the air. Oh, so nice.
Give me 195 whiskey, turn right heading
Empire State of Mind playing in the background right now. Nice, Steven.
130.
I'd play it if I wouldn't get a copyright strike. Reminds me of that shorts video I made.
That's your flight 357, reduce speed to 180, then descend and maintain 3000.
180, then 3000, Frontier Flight 357.
JetBlue 295, maintain 5000.
Thrust idle, open descent, down we go, 3000 is blue.
Right 040, American 40.
We're trending below VFE next, right about there, flaps 2. In New York, next to you, you're savage. X-Plane 12? Never heard of her.
JetBlue 295, turn right heading 040.
Like to stir the pot. Bunch of pot stirrers, y'all are. I guess it's my fault I have a X-Plane 12 emoji. But I think we're actually going to be an X-Plane 12 next. I have a good idea for a failure stream. Y'all have been asking me to do something similar to what Flight Deck to Sim has done with failures every 10 minutes, whatever. I have a good idea of what I want to do. I think it'll be entertaining. We also might die.
Right turn 250, speed down to 170 for Frontier Flight 5.
Speed alt star.
195 whiskey, traffic to follow is 737 on a 4-mile final off your 2 to 3 o'clock.
So that altitude alert should only come on if the autopilot is off.
Flight 195.
195 whiskey, thanks. Quick visual, follow traffic.
Yeah, the controller's 10 for 10, man. Yeah, that was JFK. That's LaGuardia right there, but JFK was out there. You could see it briefly.
Visual.
Yep.
Can you repeat the speed?
180 until
how fast does the plane know how fast is descent when open descent?
180 to 5.
Whatever you have in your selected speed window, that's what it's going to give you.
1312, turn
so
right
I have 180
030.
knots selected, so it's going to give me idle thrust and whatever descent rate it can to maintain 180.
108.7, thanks for service.
1474, 1 mile from Yeoman, cross Yeoman to 3000, crit ILS runway 22 approach, 180 knots to Greco.
180 to Greco and
Aaron, what I'm thinking of doing is, because you know how the TOLUS has the flight time factor for failures? So we're going to plan a regular, like an hour and a half flight, and we're going to crank that sucker all the way to the right, and we're going to see if we can make it to the destination. Because the Phoenix, Fly-by-Wire, none of the Airbuses and Microsoft have anything like the PMDG does, where it's like, you know, you can increase the failure. You have to either manually do it or it's just random. But the TOLUS at X-Plane 12 has that meter. 110, maintain 3000, Frontier Flight 357. So we're going to crank that sucker all the way up.
Maintain 3000, American 40. JetBlue 295.
You know, Team Vodka sending all chipper tonight on the radios.
Turn left heading 360 for space.
Captain 360 for space, JetBlue.
Sounds are just so good. Look at those parks down there. I know XP72 loves looking at soccer fields.
Turn traffic to follow via your
right there.
About your 1 o'clock and 5 miles on final at 3,000 is an A320.
Traffic in sight. We got the field in sight when it helps too. Frontier Flight 357.
Frontier Flight 357, thanks to the traffic. Follow that traffic, cleared visual approach runway 22 and 180 knots until 5 out.
180 to 5 out, follow the traffic, cleared visual, 22, Frontier Flight 357. All right, we're going to follow him. 3 tel established.
40, turn right heading 090.
120-ish, we're going to kind of cheat on over here. Final approach fixed altitude, Greco at 1900, so you don't want to just dive bomb down to 1900 right now.
1312, descend and maintain.
Because you're not on the low.
3,000 for American 1312.
As soon as he gets to about this A pillar, we're going to square it up. That should be good enough. Wait till he gets to that A pillar. Right about meow.
Frontier Flight 559, contact LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
We'll do about 170. We're clear to approach. Arm the approach push button. Arm the approach push button, not the expedite push button.
Did I give you heading 130 yet?
Glide slope blue,
no,
local
sir.
blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2.
American 40, affirmative, flighting 130.
Now we can pretty much self-direct us right in there to yo man.
JetBlue 295, flighting 110, descend and maintain 3,000.
110, descend and maintain 3,000.
Very familiar, except you'll be landing in Teterboro. Hey, there you there, King Air pilot. Good to see you, man. Good old Teterboro, huh? All right, as soon as we join final, we'll start the replay.
1 o'clock and 4 miles.
Lodestar.
3,000, turning final.
Replay mode is recording.
American 40.
American 40, thanks. Follow the traffic, clear visual approach runway 22, maintain 180 knots.
Oh, Team Vodka's following us. That must be him right there.
180 to follow traffic, clear for the visual.
I love vodka.
JetBlue 295, flighting 130.
You look like you're eating me up there, man. You better slow down.
JetBlue 295.
Look at people still coming down the arrival. Look at this. Man, we got a little conga line going on tonight here. This is pretty sweet. All right, 180 to 5 out. We're at 11.5 from the log. Oh yeah, I gotta focus. I gotta stop messing around. It's serious mode. Snap out of it. Come on. We're making jokes. Let me eat this crouton.
American 1312, flighting 0.
All right, localizer's live.
Yeah, 60, American 1312.
Frontier, correction, Delta 1118, descend and maintain 3,000.
I'm monitoring this guy here about 5 miles. I don't want to start eating him up. We got a 21 knot headwind.
Delta 1118.
I don't know if he's in a bus or not. If he's in a 7.3, there's a potential that you're going to start eating him up because you're going to have that ground speed mini.
557, contact with LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
18.7, we'll see you, Frontier Flight 357. Nice job tonight. Tower, good evening. Frontier Flight 357, visual 22.
Frontier Flight 357, LaGuardia Tower, good evening. You're number 3 behind an Airbus 320 on a 4-mile final. Wind 180 at 14, runway 22, clear to land.
22, clear to land, Frontier Flight 357.
Caledonia 195 Whiskey, climb, maintain.
So he's dropped the anchor.
Contact New York approach 120.
I can see him slowing down.
I maintain 3,000 over to approach.
Hand of God just brought him food. Oh my goodness. I'm over here like getting Caesar salad all over my controls because I don't have the Hand of God to bring me my food. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah, I'm going to slow down. This guy's starting to slow. We're going to manage it up. 6.4, close enough. We're right about 2,000 feet above. Gear down.
2,000.
Right on cue.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
VFE next minus 10, flaps 3. Greco, 1900, check. Flaps full.
American 40, established 10 miles, 22.
American 40, LaGuardia Tower, your
Speed checks, flaps full, landing checklist. Landing checklist,
Airbus
cabin crew
320
advised,
on a
auto
5-mile
thrust,
final.
speed,
Reduce speed
auto
to final
brakes are
approach speed,
off,
wind
cam memo,
180
landing
at
all green,
14,
landing
runway
checklist
22
is
clear to land.
complete.
Number
palms
3
are
behind
sweating.
the
I'm
slow
getting
Airbus,
nervous.
reducing to approach speed, cleared line number 3. American 40.
Alright, I don't know if it's hot in here or if I'm nervous. Did that guy go around? Or is this guy coming down the arrival?
Delta 1474, welcome to LaGuardia, left Bravo, contact ground point 7, have a good one.
Left Bravo, ground point 7, Delta 1424, good job, good night.
Alright, before we hand fly it, let's enjoy some of this. I guess we got the whole replay to watch. If they don't give you a speed until DME type, is it speed free? Aaron, when you're cleared approach and they don't say anything, you can fly whatever speed you need to fly. Now there is some piloting that goes into there, like, you know, you don't slow the final approach fix way out, but generally speaking, yes. Autopilot's off.
1,000.
Stable, clear to land. So we're going to follow the flight directors because we're going to hand fly the ILS. Yeah, he's throwing shade at me right now. Watch him go off the end of the runway.
295, ILS 225.
JetBlue 295, LaGuardia Tower, continue approach.
Continue, JetBlue 295.
$500, 100 above.
Stable target sync 8.
Minimum
Landing.
400.
Frontier Flight 559 will contact ground.
A little bit of crosswind coming
Frontier
in.
Flight 559, roger, welcome to LaGuardia, left Bravo, contact ground point 7.
Alright, these glide slopes are a
Ground
pain.
point 7,
Let's
thank
go
you.
visual here. We are on the visual approach. So 1 dot through 3 reds there. Pretty common for LaGuardia.
200.
There we go. There's our two red, 2 white. Still crosswind, 16 knots. Keep driving it down. Keep driving it down.
32, LaGuardia
40,
Tower, good evening, runway
30,
13, line of
20.
wing.
Retard.
Looking at that
Retard.
far end of the runway.
10. 5.
Give me that butter. Spoilers. Reverse green, decelling.
JetBlue 295, traffic will be departing runway 13 prior to your arrival. Wind 190 at 11, runway 22, clear to land.
Clear to land runway 22 and we'll have visual on the traffic.
A 208? Really?
LaGuardia Tower, American 1312,
Alright.
2 miles from Greco.
I could have milked it a little bit more, probably.
American 1312, LaGuardia Tower, good evening, continue approach.
I should take my sweet time to get off the runway so the vodka has to go
Frontier
around.
Flight 1357, welcome to LaGuardia, left Bravo, contact ground point 7.
Left Bravo, ground point 7, Frontier Flight 357.
JetBlue 1332, fly to Flushing climb, wind 190 at 11, runway 13, clear for takeoff. Fly the Flushing climb, runway 13, clear for takeoff, JetBlue 1332.
Look, he was right there. Is that the guy that was behind me? Wow, I'm surprised they didn't make him go around. All right. Where is ground? What gate are we going to? You guys know?
We'll go to Ground Air Canada 453, get it down.
Air Canada 453, LaGuardia ground, runway 13.
After landing checklist,
Taxi
please.
via Alpha, Lima, Bravo, Papa. Hold short, runway 22 at Papa.
Oh yeah, 208's definitely
Alpha,
realistic.
Lima, Bravo, Papa, hold short 22 at Papa, Air Canada 453.
We're going to 19 Alpha. Ground, good afternoon. Frontier Flight 357 on the ground. We're going over to 19 Alpha.
Frontier Flight 357, LaGuardia ground, good evening. Taxi Bravo, Echo Alpha to the ramp.
Bravo Echo Alpha ramp. Have a good one, Frontier Flight 357. Bravo Echo Alpha, we're going over there to the Delta side. Nice
and
strobes.
Frontier Flight 5A1 on the ground, IMR2 DCA.
Do they park at the mat? Maybe we should have parked at the mat.
581, LaGuardia ground, good evening. You are cleared to the wrong leg of National Airport. Goldman 8 departure.
Man, look at that.
Biggie than its files. Maintain a correction climb via the SID. Expect flight level 220. 10 minutes after departure. Departure's on 120.8, squawk 7616.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're in exterior view here. We're just
Alright,
zipping
we are
through.
clear to DCA via Golden 8 departure. Radar vectors 2.
Is that that flight? That's that Fire FDNY JetBlue. That was in Lauderdale with us. That's cool. Alright, Bravo, Echo, and Alpha.
Departure flight 581, read back correct, push and start your discretion, advisory for taxi.
I can't see it. I gotta pull out the chart. Dang it. Oh, we missed Echo. We missed Echo. We missed Echo. We'll just, don't mind me here. That's why you really need, that's why, you know, ground ops.
Ground American 40 on Bravo. We're looking for, I think, A11 today.
American 40, LaGuardia ground, you said you want to park at Terminal Alpha?
A firm. We'll go to Alpha.
Alright, American 40.
Don't mind me
taxi
here.
Bravo.
We'll get there.
Left on Golf, hold short runway.
All roads lead to home. Just don't taxi on a runway.
Oh, is there a easier way for us to go? For 40?
American 40, so American 40, Terminal Alpha is actually on the western side of the airport. If you just want to park on the eastern side, I can give you a closer.
Oh yeah, eastern side. Yeah, I was pulling up a parking gate chart. Showed it over at just to my right.
All right, now we're going to take Juliet.
Can you make that right turn on the Foxtrot, or are you too far?
Yeah, I can make the right turn on the Foxtrot.
Uh-oh.
Alright, Foxtrot Alpha to the ramp. Have a good night.
Alright, Foxtrot Alpha to the ramp. Appreciate it, American 40.
Yeah, we need...
295, vacate.
Departure flight 357, LaGuardia ground. Can you hold your position, sir?
Yeah, we saw that we're on Alpha there. We were going to join Alpha here at Kilo. Is that all right?
Hey, from right turn Kilo, left Alpha.
Right Kilo, left Alpha. Sorry about that. Frontier Flight 357. Dang it, we got caught.
Aircraft lost calling, say again?
We got caught because that guy was head on. Sorry. Oh, that's Air Canada too. He'd be pissed. He'd be pissed, eh? Yeah, Air Canada would not be happy with me right there. Definitely a 250-hour move. We found it though. We found Alpha.
JetBlue 295, hold position.
Blasphemy. Stupid Americans.
We
sure this guy's a real pilot?
Looks like you made a right onto Alpha instead of left.
No one's taxiing correctly.
Take your next left onto Echo and take Echo to the ramp.
Alright, left on Echo, Echo ramp, American 40.
Sorry. Yeah, Tower would have a number for us to call.
Endeavor 4646 requesting IFR clearance to Syracuse with Juliet.
Alright, APU's coming up.
JetBlue 295, continue taxi.
Kill the taxi light. We're going to go right here.
Number 4646, LaGuardia ground, good evening. You're clear to the Syracuse International Airport.
Charlie 36 works for me.
Departure. Mass at climb. Radar vectors to Neon, then as filed.
Alright, I'll show you guys. I can park better than
expect flight level 200.
GSX rampers.
10 minutes after departure. Departure on 120.8, squawk.
Look at that. Dead bang on the center line. Bang on. I don't know where to stop though, so we'll stop. We'll take the second to last one.
Climbed vectors to Neon. 5,000
Ooh, that was a good one. Right on the money.
And 10.
Deboarding also works with GSX? Okay, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and we set the brake. APU is running. We'll go engine 2. Seatbelt sign. Engine view for spool down sound. We're waiting for rampers. Folks from the flight deck, welcome to LaGuardia. We're here at Charlie 37. Unfortunately, we're just waiting on a ramp crew to come out and get the jet bridge over the aircraft. So if you just remain seated, we'll have that door open for you in just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. I guess we got to shut them both down. All right. Oh, I didn't have a green one there. Wasn't that PTU shutting down? That's cool. All right, we'll go Pumps off. Looks like we got ground power. We'll go ahead and kick that on. Are we below 5% N1? We are. Beacon light can come off. And hey, look, they're showing up. Listen, the cargo door's opening up. Oh, that's so cool.
Passengers deboard started.
So awesome. Not sure you needed to load scene brief. Yeah, I don't know. That was. I don't. Maybe I didn't need to. It's doing it now though. Listen to that yellow hydraulic. That is so cool. Man, that might be one of the most realistic flights we've ever done. All right, let's do a. Oh, let me actually do this. We'll do our parking check. That's there. We'll do our flows first. That goes to standby. That goes to standby. Brakes are set. I don't think we were chalked yet. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of air on here. I like to do this right before I shut off the APU. Is I'll freeze them out, because deboarding, if you've ever been in the back of the airplane and it starts getting really hot because the crew already shut off the APU, it sucks. And I'm trying to spread awareness for row 36B. Blast them with cold air at least for a few minutes before you shut that APU off. Parking checklist. I don't have it memorized because the FO reads it. Parking checklist. Slides. Disarmed. Engines off. Seatbelts off. Exterior lights set. Ice protection off. Fuel pumps off. Yellow electric pump off. Chock signal received. Parking brake. It's on for now. Parking checklist complete. I don't see any. Are we chalked? We're not chalked. So, but I bet if we go over here to L ground services. Can't throw any chalks on down there. That's all right. We'll leave the parking brake set. How cool is that? Thank you, Slam. Appreciate it. Oh, we're still recording? Shoot, stop the record. Chalks are disabled with GSX integration. I gotcha. All right. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. Team Vodka, good timing coming in over there. Thank you for everybody who flew with me. Flying in. Look at them deboarding here. This is cool. Or deplaning. That's a cool shot. Baja the whale shark. Baja the whale shark. Go stand at the door and say goodbye. I don't think we can leave. We can't leave the cockpit on this one. So I gotta wait for him to unload now before we can actually watch the replay, huh? Basti, thank you. Appreciate it. This is the new LaGuardia, that newer rendition. Oh, look at that. There's that old Canada taking off. Man, I love this sim. I love simming. You guys are so much fun. Thank you for hanging out with me today. All right, so we got to wait. I guess this is a real world stream. Let's hop into the drone cam while we wait around. Someone's taxiing in over here. Looks like we got a deltoid over here. Good sound set on that one. That sounds pretty good. Here's another Frontier. So this is the new LaGuardia, and actually, I'm going to be honest with you guys, as much as I say like garbage, when you're on the new side, it's actually pretty nice. There's some pretty cool things in there. They got waterfalls and all kinds of stuff. Here's the Americans. I took a picture of the America West Heritage 319. Was right there. I was in this terminal and I was trying to jump seat out the other day. Look at the New York skyline though, huh? That's sweet with the clouds. That was Delta from Lauderdale too? Awesome. Looks like everybody's down and in. There's an unknighted. That was sweet. All right, as soon as we finish the unboarding, we will start the replay. I guess I gotta go home. Where did we park? Oh, that was us. Caleb, awesome stream. Seeing you come in a spotter was pretty cool. That's awesome, Caleb. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out with us tonight. Scenery for Manhattan, Owen McFarlane. I don't have a scenery for Manhattan. All I do have is I think it's like a New York City nightlight or something like that. Is what it's called. It's on I got it on the marketplace. I just typed in NYC, and it enhances the lights there at night. That's all it does. I think it was about $10 US. Have I made any videos about taking ATC commands and vectors? No, I have not. Do you follow the altitude on the arrival chart? Yes. You definitely want to do that. Man, this is painful. It's like I just want to go to the hotel. 62 of 169? We're not even halfway done yet. Just want to go to the hotel. This is where you hope that you don't share a hotel with the flight attendants because you have to wait for them to finish deplaning. If you're going to a different hotel, you just peace out. Break set. Let's go. Who signed up? Who signed me up for this realism nonsense? I guess we can consider heavy rain and some other. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and start the shutdown process. So I'll be standing here. FO's doing his post-flight walk around. And I guess we can start this. Oh yeah, I guess I could do that, Harold. But max realism, I feel like we've gotten this far. Only the hardcore of hardcore people are still watching. We've gone this far. We've been streaming since 3:30, so 3 hours almost. We gotta I feel like we have to stick with it. So the securing checklist, something I've never ever done on stream, is basically a two-part checklist. And the first part is done with passengers on board, and then you have to wait for the last passenger to deplane. So let's go ahead and start the securing checklist. ADIRS off. And this is a read-do checklist, so it's not a memorization. There's really no flow. It's a read-do checklist. ADIRS off. Oxygen off. APU bleed off. Integral lights off. We'll turn off. We'll keep the ECAM lights on, and then we'll turn off the integral lighting here. We'll turn off the floodlights, and if you're like a really old school guy, you would do this. But you actually need the screen for the chrono, and I'll show you why in a second here. But all the old captains that read the USA Todays are still doing this with LCD screens. Okay. This one off too. Do we have a pedestal light? Oh, we do. Oh, that's pretty cool. I never even checked that before. All right, integral lights are off. After last passenger deplaned, emergency exit lights. So basically now we have to wait for the last passenger. And what we're going to do is the reason we wait is because we shut off the emergency exits. And if something were to happen on the deplaning process and you're the guy that shut off the lights when you weren't supposed to, you're going to hear about it. So you got to wait till the last passenger gets off the airplane. So we'll go ahead and just hang out. Looks like they're done down there. Can I hack my way in here? Oh. Good day. Oh. That's trippy coming through here. Is there another? Wow, this is freaking me out.
Bank angle.
Now I know. If I'm ever lucky enough to be on a V1 flight, I'm going to take my sweet time getting off the plane so I can drive him nuts. Lol.
Kelly Simmer, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. What does her shirt say? Alt Lake? Interesting. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Kelly Simmer. Yes, taking your sweet time will drive us nuts, especially that 36B passenger or whatever that row is. And they just want to just dilly-dally all the way up. Like, oh my gosh, I need to turn it off. But indeed, man, thanks for hanging out. Harold, welcome back to Commercial Pilot, man. Appreciate you. We still have we actually increased viewers by 3 watching deplaning. This is a record. This is a record for the channel, watching deplaning passengers, 275 viewers. Unbelievable. Oh, here comes XP. XP72 is getting off the plane, y'all. Irie. Good day. I'm not deboarding without my doll. Yes, get it out of the lav. Have a good day, sir. You're going to be a little bit chilly out there. Good night, sir. Good day. I don't like being so short. I feel like they're all looking down on me weird. Looks like Matt Leinart 20 years ago. Good evening, sir. That guy has some creepy eyes, man. That's a gangster right here. That's Roscoe. That's Fly-by-Wire. That's Roscoe. He's connecting up to Boston. That guy was definitely connecting up to Boston. Good evening. Don't forget your bags. There's a lack of Karens. Here comes a Karen right here. Ah, that flight was so rough. Ah, never flying Frontier again. Until I see how much Delta charges. That chick was gangster. Good night. You want to come up front, take a picture of the cockpit? No? Okay. See ya. That dude's got an Uber to catch. He's going to the club. Typical millennial on the cell phone. Yep. Have a good one. Excuse me. Where do I get my bags? This guy's got to go take a dump right here. He's moving. He's got to go do the business. He saw that lav was blocked by the doll, so he's got to go do his thing. She's drunk. She's regretting life's choices coming to New York. This dude's just happy to be home. This actually kind of looks like my brother-in-law, except he's 3 feet taller. Liam, you'd be surprised, man. There's quite a few kids that don't care anymore. Like, look, this guy last night, hey, you want to come up front to the cockpit? And he'd be like, no, I gotta go get my Game Boy from my bag. They checked it. They gate checked it. They said there was no space. Oh, this dude's fly right there. Good evening, ma'am. She looks like she belongs on the Titanic. What's that chick's name? Like at the very beginning of the Titanic? That's who she looked like. This dude hates his life. He's a New York City controller. New York Center controller. She's tripping. This dude's going to a wedding or something. He's too calm. If the runway turnoff lights are switched on in the air, do they illuminate or not? They do not illuminate in the air, Aaron Hastings. They do not illuminate in the air. Never mind. No, Aaron, they do illuminate in the air. Excuse me. They do. They do not illuminate in the wheel well. If the gear are down, they will illuminate. How many more people do we got here? You know, I always thought, hello. Why do the hot ones always have to be like morphed into the other ones? How many do we have left here? But I always no joke, when COVID was like a really big deal, I always said if I'm going to get COVID, it's going to be in the frickin' jetway. Because think about it. Every single person that was on that airplane is now breathing in that jetway. All of that COVID is in that jetway. So you could walk right through it, be totally fine, and you're going to get COVID when you go through that jetway. Guaranteed. I think that's it. That's it. Last one off. All right, here we go. Securing checklist. Emergency exit lights off. We were waiting so long, my iPad went dark on me.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Yes.
Crew deboarding starting.
Emergency exit lights off. Signs off. So that's coming off. External power, if available, on. It's on. APU master, off. And maintenance bus, if external power on. We can't access the maintenance bus, but we would turn the maintenance bus on right now. Batteries 1, 2, following incident, all that. So we'll go ahead and turn that off. We'll turn that off. Everything else is off, and we would kill the dome light, really, or actually you could leave the dome on technically. And then we would go battery switch 1 and 2 off. And then 2 minutes after the APU avail light goes out, we would then turn off the external power. And the reason for that is for fire protection. So now we went external power off. And that's it. She's gone to bed.
Pilots to boarding starting.
Good night. That's all she wrote. I love this one. Following accident or incident, CVR circuit breaker, Echo 13 and 14 pool. Yeah, tell that to the American Airlines crew in the 777 that went over to frickin' London. They deleted the CVR. Ironic. Okay. That was it. I'm done. I cannot believe there's still 269 people watching this. I cannot believe it. Thank you, guys. Let's watch the replay. Chaos, I have no idea what's going to happen if I just... Is there like a state I could set to like turn everything on? I'm going to turn my master switches on. What's happening? We've got all kinds of music playing. Hang on. You all waited for this. Now I got to at least try to do something here. This might be a Flightstream exclusive. Shut down, terminate checklist. There is, but it will not work instantly. Okay, well in that case, let's do this. Let's go. That's on. Let's just do this real quick. Get all these on. Make everybody happy, and let's turn all our lights on. So hopefully we have external lights. We're gonna do this. You've all been waiting for the replay. Let's do it. And let's see what happens. Godspeed. Replay mode is on. I think they're spooling up. I think once we get power, we should be good. Maybe? I'll start the APU just in case. Oh, I'm still on VATSIM. Shoot. Thank you. Disconnect. As soon as the APU spools up, we'll have power. It's still flying, which is good. We'll get the flaps set. At least you can hear the flap noises. Going dark and rogue. I call this ghost mode. This is ghost mode. Did I tell y'all about my ghost mode when I was a valet? We turned all the lights off in the golf cart and we were driving down in ghost mode and we almost head on with a Corvette, flipped the golf cart. Long live ghost mode. Alright, we should have external lights. And then if I turn the APU bleed on and we turn this to this, we should get some juice here. We'll recycle the master. Will you guys start for me? Alright, maybe it won't start, but here we go. Man, I really want to get some engine noises. What if we do this?
2,500.
Come on, baby. Why don't you start? 67% N2. Oh well, I can't get her to start engines. It was worth hearing the shutdown sounds though. Oh, the new Sacramento airport. We probably need to check that one out. I've been meaning to fly there. There we go, it's starting up now. says a veil. There it comes. I don't know why I can't start number 1, but there we go. Now we got some noise. Look at that little glow in the engine there. That's pretty cool. Really trying to get that start switch, man. There we go. Now I think it's starting. Let's see what it looked like from window view here. You got a 160? Nice, dude. All right, I've been waiting this long for the replay. We're gonna watch this touchdown here. I love seeing the reflection of that strobe light. It's that little bit of triangle every now and then. You can see that just reflecting the air. A little bit of humidity. We'll do realism landing here, and then we'll do outside. That just all water, and then out of nowhere it's like, oh, there's a runway here. Not bad. Not bad. You know what makes it really tricky to get a super smooth landing on 2-2 is that crossing runway. There is a lump. It literally lumps right right where you touch down, and it can make it more firm than typical. Oh yeah, we got a couple of good views here. All right, we'll watch this one, and we're out of here. Look at that skyline. Look at all, I mean, that just looks amazing. Just flew the Toga 320 Neo? Nice. Yeah, I know the door's open. I'm gonna hide it. We won't look there. A little bit of crosswind came in here towards the end of that approach. No turnaround flight? No. I am done. Crew scheduling trying to get me with a turnaround there. We just said, nope. Not official. That wasn't positive contact. We're going to the hotel. The yellow thing on the wing, that is a tie down point. Mr. Martini, it is probably getting chilly in there. Sorry, man. Look at this. Right under the skyline. What the wing gremlins hold on to, yeah. Bringing it out. Hold it off. Just let her settle. Oh yeah, that was a 200. We plopped it. That last foot there, we plopped it. All right. We definitely chunked it just a little bit. It wasn't terrible, but I think that's a fair 200. All right, guys. This has been a blast. Look at the reflection. Do you guys see that? See how the lights are shining? That's so cool. This has been an absolute blast. I've had a lot of fun doing this. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Maybe you picked up a tip here or there. Hope you enjoyed the Realism. GSX was awesome with the fly-by-wire. Shout out to the fly-by-wire guys. Thank you, Chaos, also for helping me answer some of those questions in the Discord earlier. But this has been a lot of fun. And for all the 200 plus people that have been watching and sitting around here for the end of the stream, you amaze me. You guys are the real rock stars, true hardcore viewers. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the support, whether you donated monetarily, by liking it, hitting the subscribe button, whatever it may be. Thank you so much. I will probably see you again here this week. We're not done yet. We're going to be in X-Plane 12, and we're going to try to fly a flight with max failures here pretty soon. So stick around for that if you like this kind of content. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy the last few replays. I'm V1. Go tell XP72 I said hi. See you in chat. I'm out of here. See ya!
Right, cancel here first.